Call the October 17th, 2022 zoning meeting to order. As you can see, I'm Braxton Winston. I will be presiding over tonight's meeting. Mayor Lyles will not be with us this evening, as well as Councilmember Graham and Councilmember Mitchell. So first we'll start tonight with our introductions. We will start at the dais. We will start with to our left, Ms. Hagler-Gray.
Good evening, Tari Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Good evening, Victoria Watlington, City Council District 3.
Good evening, Dante Anderson, District 1.
Mark Bakari, District 6, but I'll be filling in as Mayor Pro Tem tonight.
And I think I'm Ed Driggs, District 7. I don't know where the sign is.
Braxton Winston at large and is serving as Mayor Pro Tem.
Liz Babson, City Manager's Office.
Good evening, LaWanna Mayfield, serving City Council at large.
Good evening, Renee Johnson, District 4, the University District, and shout out to UNC Charlotte on their homecoming week.
Yay.
Go Niners.
Go Niners. Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Happy Monday, Dimple Ajmera, at large member.
Billy Tynes, Deputy City Clerk.
Before we get into the invocation and the rest of our agenda, I wanted to let the public and council know of a few calendar changes that we should take note of. Currently, there is not a December zoning meeting. We're going to put one on the calendar to help us get through this backlog of petitions that we do have. And that will be something that will upcoming, as you know, council calendar has to be a vote, I do believe. So that will be a change that comes down the line in the future, but wanted to make everybody aware of that. And we are also considering a time change for the start of our zoning meetings from 5 o'clock to 4 o'clock. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that. The discussions are happening. And with that said, we begin our meetings with an invocation, which is an expression or inspiration followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation by the council members is intended to solemnize our proceedings. We celebrate the religious diversity of our community, including those without a religious faith. Tonight, Council Member Ashmira will give our invocation.
Thank you. Dear Heavenly Spirit, we are public servants that serve at the grace and will of the people. Instill in us the integrity and transparency to do what is right and the compassion and strength to do what is needed for our great city. Dear Heavenly Spirit, please instruct, guide, and enlighten us, and enable us to find a unity of spirit on this council so that we can make effective and meaningful decisions without conflict and pride. Let us move forward with peace and dedication. Thank you.
Thank you. And if we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get into the first, the decisions part of our proceedings, we'll give a brief explanation of the zoning process for all those out there that are watching. The process begins with applications that are submitting to our planning staff for review. The cases there are two types of cases that will be on our agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions on cases for which a public hearing was previously held, we will have no further public comments. But for hearings, if anybody wishing to speak is asked to see the clerk before the start of that hearing. Staff will give a presentation, which will have no time limit. And then the petitioner will give their presentation. The petitioner gets 3 minutes combined to present. If there are opponents that are assigned to speak up, the petitioner will get 10 minutes, as will the community members who are in opposition. They will get 10 minutes shared amongst each other. The petitioner will then get two minutes for a rebuttal to that opposition. If no one is signed to speak up, staff provides a short presentation. The public hearing is closed and the next public hearing is open. The petition then goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. We have a number of hearings on our agenda for tonight. Generally, we have a tradition that we stop hearing petitions at 10 p.m. Council members, I think that is also something we are considering talking about. So the City Council, we may recess our zoning meeting at 10 p.m. and reconvene at a later date. There are a few changes, deferrals and withdrawals. I think only deferrals for tonight. Anyway, Gray, I have to read every.
Yes, sir.
So item number 2. After I read this, we can have a motion and take defer all those in one motion. Item number 2, petition number 2021-264, petitioner Chuck Price for approximately 4.7 acres located on the north side of Oak Drive, east of Old Statesville Road and south of Pete Brown Road in Council District 2. That is being deferred to November 21st, 2022. Item number 4, petition number 2021-238 of Lenore, Carolinas, which is approximately 5 acres on the south side of North Carolina Music Factory Boulevard in Council District 2. That is asking to be deferred to November 21st, 2022. Item number 17, 2021-285 by Clearwater Development Partners Incorporated. It's approximately 0.15 acres located in the southern quadrant of the intersection of Cleveland Avenue and East Worthington Avenue in Council District 1. That is being asking to be deferred to November 21st. Item number 18, 2022-03 by Joy Homes LLC, approximately 4.39 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street, just north of Orchard Gate Drive in Council District 3. That is a hearing that is being asked to be deferred to November 21st. Item number 19, 2022-29, Wade Miller and Skyline Towns LLC, approximately 0.35 acres located along the west side of Siegel Avenue and east side of Van Every Street in Council District 1. That is being asked to be deferred to November 21st. Item number 20, 2022-32, Chick-fil-A, approximately 0.88 acres bound by the east side of Randolph Road and the west side of Colwick Road in Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. That is asked to be deferred to November 21st. Item number 39, 2022-047, Joseph Leland, approximately 0.28 acres located on the west side of Eastway Drive in Council District 1. That is being asked to be deferred to November 21st. And item number 44, 22-027, Childress Klein, approximately 2.27 acres located on the east side of Sharon Road, west of Colony Road in Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. That is being asked to be deferred to November 21st, 2022. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? It's unanimous. So if anybody was here to hear any of those, thank you for coming out, but those won't be heard till next month. There are some decisions that have changes that come after the zoning committee, that have come after the zoning committee's vote. When those items, those changes were significant or insignificant enough, and whether or not to send those back to the zoning committee. So prior to a vote on any of our decisions, the state the petitions have to be heard by the zoning committee. I wanted to give the zoning committee an opportunity to introduce themselves.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you, Council. My name is Douglas Welton. I am the Vice Chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Let me introduce my fellow commission members. Joining me here in the chamber tonight are Aaron Barbie and Ronnie Harvey. Also part of that committee, Philip Gussman, who is the chair, Melissa Gaston, Courtney Rhodes, and Will Russell. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, November 1st at 5:30 p.m. here at the Government Center. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing tonight. The public is welcome to attend that meeting, but please note, it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us to provide input. You can find contact information on each petition at the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Welton. And with that, we will dive into our part of the agenda where we make our zoning decisions. We will start with agenda item number 3, Rezoning petition 2019-73 by Raven Partners. The location is approximately 1.91 acres along the north side of West Tremont Avenue, west of South Tryon Street and east of Toomey Avenue in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-1 Light Industrial, and the proposed zoning is TOD-NC Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adopt and approve?
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Mayfield is opposed. That is 1, 2, 3. 8-1. So I have item number 4 is deferred. Item number 5. Rezoning petition 2021-267 by YMCA of Greater Charlotte, approximately 12.46 acres located on the north side of West Boulevard, east of Donald Ross Road and south of Wilkinson Boulevard in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is institutional, conditional, and R22 multifamily residential, and the proposed zoning is MUD-O mixed-use development with an option. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt and approve? Excuse me, let me read this. To adopt and approve adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and as on the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny the petition.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. Any discussion? Ms. Watlington.
I just wanted to note that I appreciate the YMCA and their partners' work on this one, and I look forward to seeing this one come to fruition. It is definitely in support of the West Boulevard Corridor Playbook, and along with our Corridors of Opportunity program, and I'm excited to see this one come out of the ground.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. Any other comments? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? I think that was unanimous in favor, right? All right, on to item number 6, rezoning petition 2021-281 by Blue Freight Transport Incorporated, which is located on approximately 3.8 acres, located on the north side of Fred D. Alexander Boulevard, between Oak Street and Brookshire Boulevard in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is R4 and I2, Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area. The proposed zoning is I2, General Industrial Conditional, Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of petition.
Move to adopt and approve.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Comment?
And we have a comment by Mr. Triggs.
Wanted to know, we all got an email today from Councilmember Graham recommending approval of this, and I think we should take this opportunity collectively to wish him a speedy recovery from his surgery. He's not here tonight because he had a knee replacement done last week. Malcolm, get better soon.
Get better soon, Malcolm.
Absolutely, absolutely.
100% he's not watching. The test code word is Apple. Talk to you soon.
Well, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other comments? All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. Any opposed? That is also unanimous. Get well soon, Mr. Graham. We'll move on to item number 7. Rezoning petition 2022-06 by DHIC LLC for approximately 18.88 acres located on the south side of Interstate 485 and the west side of Interstate 77 east of North Lake Center Parkway. The current zoning is R3 Single Family Residential and Business Park. The proposed zoning is Urban Residential Conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to either approve or to deny this petition?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion to adopt and
To
approve.
adopt and approve, yeah.
Do we have any comments? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Ms. Mayfield is in opposition.
Those in favor.
Those in favor? Oh,
I'm just moving slow.
okay. Well, that was unanimous approval. We'll move on to agenda item number 8, a rezoning petition 2022-01-10 by MAGLC LLC for approximately 16.65 acres located on the east side of North Lake Center Parkway, south of Interstate 485 and west of Interstate 77, located in the ETJ in County Commission District 1 and closest to City Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is business park and single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is general business conditional. The zoning committee voted 4-2 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to either approve or deny this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
We have a motion.
Which number? Do we have changes on this one?
We do have changes on this one.
Yes, thank you.
You're right. So we do have changes after the zoning committee's vote. Prior to the vote on each of these positions, we have to state that the changes after the zoning committee has voted have occurred, and we are required to determine by a 3/4 vote if those changes are significant or not. If the changes are deemed significant, the case will be sent back to the zoning committee for further review. Mr. Pettin, do you want to tell us a little bit about those changes?
Sure. Yeah, they just added 2 changes. One's a conditional note, commits to installing freestanding lighting fixtures that would be fully capped and shielded with illumination directed downward to limit light pollution onto adjacent properties. Also commits to install lighting along the site's entire southern frontage. And also they moved principal building A closer to the site's frontage on the proposed new street. You can see the site plan up there in front of us. That building was pushed back a little bit closer to 485. They brought that a little bit further forward to eliminate some of the parking and everything that would happen in front of that main building there in the middle. So changes are minor from staff's perspective, and we don't feel they warrant additional review by the zoning committee. We'll be happy to take any questions you may have.
Any questions from the council for staff? So can I get a motion to either?
Motion not to send back.
Second.
Do we have any discussion?
Yeah. Thank you. So I've been working with the developer, the developer's representative, the landowner for a while on this property, and I've spoken to some of the council members about it, and at first I had to consider the location because that North Lake area is changing into a residential area, but I am pleased to say that I've met with the developer, the petitioner, North Lake Mall leadership, and this is exactly it's going to be a benefit to the area and what the area needs to boost its economy. Not just that, but this is it's a dealership. It's a Porsche and Maserati dealership, and it's the only African-American owned Porsche dealership in the country, and the only African-American owned Maserati dealership in North Carolina. So the petitioner, as you heard, they're going to improve the light fixtures to be cohesive with the neighborhood. They are conveying the greenway and stormwater easement to the county. So this is the type of development that we need in our districts, and I'm honored to support. So I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
I will make a quick comment. I thank the petitioner for being responsive. It's something I asked about during the presentation about lighting and the public safety aspects of it. So I'm pleased to see those changes considered and implemented in the plan. So unless there's any more discussion, we'll call the vote. All in favor to not send these changes back to the zoning committee, raise your hand. Any opposed? So now do I have a motion to adopt the zoning Committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve the petition.
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Ms. Mayfield? Opposed?
You're moving rather quick, sir. So that was in favor.
All in favor, all right, thank you, that is unanimous. On to item number 9, approximately rezoning petition 2022-014 by Stewart, approximately 1.08 acres located on the northeast intersection of West 28th Street and Bancroft Street, east of North Graham Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. Current zoning is R5 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is Neighborhood Services. The zoning committee voted 6 to nothing to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? It's unanimous in favor. So item number 10 also has changes after the zoning committee vote. This is rezoning petition 2022-020 by Density Partners LLC. Mr. Patton, can you give us a rundown on those changes?
Certainly. The max number of building units went down from 16 to 15, and they did add a conditional note to commit to a maximum of 4 units in Building 3 and 6 units in Buildings 4. Those are the 2 buildings that front Freeland Avenue. They did add conditional notes to commit to a 23-foot setback for Building 1 and a 20-foot setback for Building 2. Those are both on Ellenwood, and then an 18-foot setback for Buildings 3 and 4. And then also added a conditional note that relates to the optional on-street parking along DeWitt Lane. If the optional parking along that street is not provided, then the petitioner would restripe the existing 3-lane section and add a 5-foot bike lane. Again, changes are minor in staff's viewpoint and do not warrant any additional review by the zoning committee.
Thank you. Do you have any questions for staff? Hearing none, do we have a motion on whether the changes are not significant to send back?
Move not to send back.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments on that? Hearing none, all in favor? Thank you. So now, can I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve in a second. Are there any comments? Ms. Watlington.
Yeah. Thank you. So I went to this neighborhood and toured what was existing. And as I look around beyond Ellenwood, what the development looks like around the neighborhood, it is absolutely true what the residents have said in terms of how development has gone on around it and how it has taken away from the character of the neighborhood. When you look at building heights, when you look at setbacks, when you look at side yard spacing, existing backyards, we have an opportunity to do better, particularly in our transition areas around our transit-oriented development. In this case, I think that we have an opportunity to set a precedent of what good development in these transitional areas can look like. How do we achieve our goals of 10-minute neighborhoods? How do we achieve our goals of affordable housing? How do we achieve our goals of increased density while protecting neighborhood character? The Density Partners Group has done a great job of making adjustments. When you talk about some of the commitments that have been made, again, the setbacks on Ellenwood and on the other streets helps to create that consistency with the existing homes. When you look at the commitments to architectural design, as we look forward to the renderings, we expect that will be more along the lines of what's in the neighborhood. When you think about building height, currently the townhomes that abut Ellenwood backyards are 42 to 48 feet high. We've got commitments on Ellenwood to 36 feet, so that is significantly different. When you think about side yards, spacing others' backyards, the Density Partners Group has committed that we will not be doing that. We'll be doing street-facing units only, and those are some of the things that as we think about how to achieve all of our goals, these are the things we want to see. And so I will be supporting this particular petition because I do believe that it takes into account the concerns of the neighborhood, and it creates a path forward and a reference for what we want development to look like in neighborhoods that are existing.
Thank you, Ms. Wallington. Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor of adopting petition 2022-020, please raise your hands. Those that are opposed? That motion passes 8-1. We will move to item number 11, petition number 2022-023 by Kindred Fruit Properties, LLC, for approximately 0.22 acres located on the north side of Central Avenue between Clement Avenue and Pecan Avenue in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is B2 general business with a pedestrian overlay, and the proposed zoning is MUD mixed-use development with an option and a pedestrian overlay. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and on the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of adopting this petition, raise your hand. Any opposed? That petition is adopted unanimously. We'll move on to item number 12, petition number 2022-025 by Elm Lane THD LLC, which is located, its location is approximately 1.42 acres located on the west side of Elm Lane, north of Bryant Farms Road and south of Ballantyne Commons Parkway in Council District 7, Mr. Driggs District. The current zoning is R3 single family residential, and the proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and approve or deny this petition?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. Do we have any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please raise your hand. That vote is unanimous. Thank you. Unanimous to approve it. We'll move to item 13, petition number 2022-028 by Christ the King Lutheran Church Incorporated, which is approximately 3.53 acres located on the south side of South Tryon Street between Orchard Gate Drive and Steelcroft Parkway in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3 single family residential, and the proposed zoning is institutional. The zoning committee's recommendation was 6-0 for approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve this petition?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve. Any discussion? Ms. Wallington?
I just want to say I look forward to the upcoming changes at Christ the King, and thank you all for the work that you're doing in our community.
Seeing no or hearing no other comments, all in favor, please raise your hand. And all that are opposed? That motion passes 8-1. Item number 4, to move on to item number 14, petition number 2022-031 by Kairoy Residential. It's located on approximately 2.18 acres, located on the southwest intersection of Galleria Boulevard and Monroe Road, south of Sardis Road in Council District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is I-1 light industrial, and the proposed zoning is a MUD, mixed-use development conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-1 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve this petition?
Motion to adopt and approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is a unanimous approval of this petition. Move on to item number 15, petition number 2022-032 by Canvas Residential LLC, which is approximately 4.18 acres located on the north side of West Arrowwood Road, east of Forest Point Boulevard, and west of Nations Ford Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R4 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8 multifamily residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve this petition?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second to adopt and approve. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion passes unanimously. Item number 16, rezoning petition 2022-038 by RMR Group LLC, which is approximately 8.8 acres bound by the south side of Yancey Road, the north side of South Side Drive, and the west side of Old Pineville Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-2, a general industrial and mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development community center. The zoning committee voted 7-0 in recommendation of this of approval of this petition, and staff also recommends approval of this petition. Is there a motion to adopt the zoning committee's statement of consistency as it appears in our agendas and the screen as the council's own, and to approve or deny this petition?
So moved. Second.
We have a motion to adopt and approve that is seconded. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of this petition, please raise your hand. If any opposed, that motion passes 8-1. Thank you very much, Council. That takes us through the decision portion of our, yes.
I just want to give everybody a heads up. We did get notice of a deferral of one of our hearings just while we were going through our decision portion. So if we want to take action on that and let folks that may be here know, that would be item number 25 by Brian Agnema. It's petition 2022-042, approximately 22.9 acres on the west side of Harrisburg Road, south of Sam D. Road, southwest of Interstate 485 in District 5. They'd like to defer to next month, November 21st, for their hearing.
Thank you very, very much. So do we have a motion to defer petition number 2022-042?
Motion to defer.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I just want to say that I actually spoke to one of the petitioners prior to coming, Ms. Vernetta Mitchell, and somehow I think the announcement's at 4 o'clock, and she wouldn't be available to be here, so we definitely need to defer this so that we can hear all the voices for and against it.
All right, thank you very much. Any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor of this deferral, please raise your hand. Is there any opposition? That is a unanimous approval for this deferral. Thank you, Mr. Patton, for that.
Yes, thank you.
Takes a little off our load for tonight. All right, well, we will move on to item number 21, rezoning petition 2021-244 by Juarez Silva. Juarez Silva, which is located on approximately 1 acre, located on the south side of Cindy Lane, near the intersection with Bowline Drive in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is R4 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is I1 CD Light Industrial Conditional. The staff recommends approval of this petition. There is opposition, so after the staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10.
I think the speaker's sign up was 4.
Oh, 4, so, sorry, 4, you're right.
Yeah, okay.
You have 3 minutes after. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2021-244, it's just an acre on Cindy Lane. It's on the south side of Cindy Lane. Next slide. Current zoning is R4, and the proposed zoning is I1 conditional. The adopted future place type from the policy map recommends neighborhood 1. You can see there's neighborhood 2 right next door. I will say a lot of that was captured as a result of existing zoning on that site. You can see manufacturing logistics is the predominant place type all around those 2 small parcels. This would continue that manufacturing logistics place type should this rezoning be approved, but it did capture more of the existing zoning than a long-term view of this area, maybe transitioning to more of that M&L that's the predominant place type in that area. This petition may look a little bit familiar. It came to us as a conventional petition several months ago. Some concerns were raised about the unlimited nature of uses in the I-1 district. We reached out to the petitioner and did some coordination with them, and essentially they agreed to go to a conditional district with really the only condition being a limitation on uses, and that use would be limited to solely a contractor's office with accessory storage. That's a permitted use in the I-1 district, and that captures the proposed use that the petitioner would like to put on the site. So that would be the only thing, should this petition be approved, that would be allowed on the site without subsequent rezonings down the road. So that was, again, an attempt to address a lot of those concerns that were raised at the time of the decision on this one several months ago. So again, that's the only condition. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues. It is inconsistent with that neighborhood 1 recommendation, but again, staff feels that we're comfortable with using the M&L place type in this area, given that that is the predominant place type that's on the south side of Cindy Lane. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following any comments by the petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pettin. We do have a speaker for Mr. Juarez Silva, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Come on down, sir. You can go right to the microphone.
To and from, and then this will be your timer for your third.
Well, as you can tell, I never done this before, so we're not. I'm just a small contractor. I have a current office on Crompton Street, and we're. That's basically what it looks like. Our office space right now. We only own 1 unit, so it's 6 units per 6 units per building. We're not trying to do that many. We're willing to reduce to 4 if it needs to be. We're not. We just try to build an office space closer to my house so I can reduce my commute. Right now I live in Davidson, so it's like 45 minutes. Could be an hour and a half, depending on the traffic. I do have 2 options, but to go 75 or 485, but still kind of long ways. But also, I have working, with companies and everything. I have heard the need for these small units for small contractors also, and so I'm also trying to just occupy 1 and maybe lease the other 3. That's basically no manufacturing or anything like that. It's just office warehouse space with no hazard materials to be stored on the site, which we will have to put on a contract anyways. But that's basically what we're trying to do. I didn't click these things, so I don't know if I already went through my 3 minutes.
You saw your slides come up.
So that's our office. I will take any questions you guys may have. Thanks for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Juarez. Thank you also as a resident of Davidson. Thank you for doing business in our city. Appreciate that. Council members, do you have any questions for staff or the petitioner? Ms. Edgemira?
Thank you. I just want to recognize small businesses here and creating opportunities in our city that is diverse and resilient. So thank you for.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We've been doing business for like 23 years in Charlotte as a drywall contractor, commercial drywall contractor. That's what basically our office would be.
That's
We
great.
can make this happen.
I don't have any questions. Move to close.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This question is actually for staff. Mr. Patin, and I just may be missing it. What is the setback, since we just have this very small little space that has some residential and then right next to this as well as some on the backside? Do we know, and like I said, I could be missing it as I'm reading through it. Do you know what the setback is from that piece of residential? Because we already know we're having a challenge in the city with residential land as we continue to grow and develop. So it will be helpful to know, and if we don't have it right now, if we can have it prior to decision, that will be helpful to know exactly what the setbacks are on this.
Yeah, they'll be required to provide buffers to the residential piece next door. What those are, we'll have to go in and calculate based on the size of acreage, so we can get all that information to you pretty quickly after the meeting before the decision.
That will be helpful. Thank you, Mayor President.
Any other further questions, comments?
No other questions. Move to close.
Second. Second, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of close public hearing? Raise your hand. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on. Thank you very much. I'll move on to item number 22, petition 2021-284 by Beacon Acquisitions, LLC and Crescent Communities for approximately 146.9 acres located on the west side of Rhine Road, south of Mount Holly Road, and north of Bellmead Drive in the ETJ County Commission District 2, Ms. Lee's district. And the closest city council district is District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I1, I2, and light industrial, general industrial conditional, as well as single-family residential Lower Lake Wiley protected area. The proposed zoning is I1, light industrial with the Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. This one, we do have some opposition, so the petitioner will have 10 minutes after staff's presentation. Mr. Patton.
Thank you. 2021-284, it's about 147 acres. It's located on the west side of Rhine Road, south of Mount Holly Road, north of Bellmead Drive. Current zoning is a mix of some different zoning districts. We have I1 conventional, we have I2 CD, I1 CD, as well as R3, all have the Lower Lake Wiley protected area overlay as part of those properties. The proposed zoning is to bring all those districts into one and propose the I1 conditional zoning district, again with that Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Adoptive future land use is a bit of a mix as well. You've got manufacturing logistics in those purple areas, and then neighborhood 1 is the yellow that's around the rest of that area on Rhine Road. Proposal itself is for up to 1.775 million square feet of gross floor area of warehousing, warehouse distribution, manufacturing, office, and all other uses prohibited or permitted in the I-1 district. It does prohibit a number of specific uses. Those are available as conditions on the site plan. Maximum floor area ratio would be 0.8. A new public street extending from Ryan Road and terminating at the creek crossing. That's getting close to a connection with Verde Creek Road. There is a creek that separates where that road could potentially connect through this project, so they will stop the construction of that new road at the creek and not make that final connection. There's an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot shared use path along Ryan Road, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalks along the proposed new street. There will be some transportation improvements, particularly along Ryan Road. There's 3 access points, A, B, and C. At access point A, you'll have a right in, right out with southbound right turn lane and median on Ryan Road. At access point B, you'd have a full movement with southbound right turn lane and northbound left turn. And then at access C, you'll have full movement with southbound right turn lane and northbound left turn lane. Mount Holly Road would also see potential improvements. That'd be at the intersection with Ryan Road and Sonoma Valley Drive. $250,000 contribution towards planned intersection improvements. As far as buffers, in that green area around the edges of the plan, you'd have a 100-foot Class A buffer. That could be reduced 25 feet with a berm along the site's perimeter. They are proposing to dedicate 3 acres to Mecklenburg County for a future neighborhood park. And also dedicate a minimum 90-foot wide trail easement along western property line to Mecklenburg County as well for a future trail, and also the development of 0-foot candles at property lines of adjacent single-family zoning. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are some outstanding issues related to transportation to be resolved. There are consistencies with the petition as well as some inconsistencies. Overall, this is an area that's seen quite a bit of industrial development, given its proximity to 485 and the airport. The place type map, again, does show a mix of both. Staff feels that the I-1 conditional throughout the entirety does kind of bring some uniformity to the site, and we are supporting the petition at this time, so I'd be happy to take any questions following presentations by the petitioner as well as members of the public. Thank you.
I think we have a number of speakers in support. Colin Brown, Brittany Lenz, Dave Davis, Harris Morrison, Pete Kidwell, John Morrison, Artis Galbraith, and I believe Mr. Brown will be coordinating all of that. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioners. As you can see on our introduction slide here, a little bit of a unique situation. We have two of the premier development teams in Charlotte working together on this petition, Beacon Partners and Crescent Communities. That's pretty rare. That shows you what kind of an opportunity this is. Also, Fortis Capital Partners is joining in this. Good overview by Dave. As you can see on the screen here, this is a large site, almost 150 acres on Ryan Road. And I do want to draw your attention to this slide. I know we have some opposition. I know that you'll hear from neighbors in the area. We've worked hard with the folks in the Northwest Coalition. We've had, I think, some very good back and forth community meetings. There has been a survey done, which you'll hear about, and the majority of survey respondents have said, we'd prefer not to have industrial development on this site. So what I want to make sure everyone understands is, if you can see here on the screen, our area is crosshatched in red. A significant portion of the site is already zoned industrial. This piece here to the north has some existing I-1. We have I-1 here on Ryan Road, I-2 on Ryan Road. So as you can see, almost everything on the Ryan Road corridor is zoned commercial. Some of these are pretty recent rezonings. Put the dates on the map so that you can see here. This piece right here in the middle was zoned by City Council in 2017, and this piece, Mr. Gilbert's piece, was zoned in 2019. So we've definitely seen this was a trend recently of council approvals, and the policy map reflects this. So if you look at Ryan Road, you see this kind of funny piecemeal of industrial, industrial, industrial. I think it's pretty unlikely this would remain undeveloped. So it's a challenge, and I know you're hearing, hi, we don't want industrial development. I don't think that's an option. Certainly the parcels that are zoned industrial can be developed industrial today. I think it would be a very strange treatment if we were to have these pieces zoned industrial and then little pieces in between residential. So I'd like you to consider that existing zoning out there, the existing industrial development that can take place. and then what Beacon and Crescent are putting on the table. So as Dave mentioned, and my clock's not running, sorry guys, I just don't want to.
I'm good over here. It's 7:40.
It's running.
Thanks. So our proposed development is up to 1,775,000 square feet of light industrial and warehousing. And so, you may say, well, Mr. Brown, you said it didn't make sense to have these little pieces of industrial and residential mixed in. Then why does it make sense to have industrial in this area? There's some unique things about this property. On this 150 acres, there is a natural separation between this property and the residential neighborhood you'll hear from. There is a stream that runs in this area. As you can see, the neighborhoods on this side have a substantial buffer between their property and the creek. On our side, the creek would serve as a natural buffer. So we think that sets up pretty nicely. And one of the things I guess I'll bring to you is I'm telling you, why should you support this? I think there's a lot of community benefits that can be brought by these two development teams working together. Rather than seeing this site developed piecemeal and little pieces of industrial here, here, and here, we have the opportunity to do it one time, holistically, with two teams really bringing everything to the table, including significant traffic improvements. We always talk about traffic. Dave went through those. These two teams putting this on the table can really make some meaningful improvements. Dedication of a 3-acre park, a 90-foot trail easement running along the creek. We've added a list of prohibited uses. We've added lighting restrictions. So the development teams would like to continue working with the community. I hope we can make some progress. Unfortunately, I can't tell you that the answer is we'll take the ball and go home and industrial will not be developed here. I think we'll see industrial development certainly on the existing parcels, and I think the better approach is to look at it this way, take a unified development approach. This site plan has one access point off Ryan Road. So instead of seeing these parcels just developed separately with lots of driveways, this allows us to have a uniform transportation plan and put some meaningful improvements on the table. Dave, what's my time?
5:38.
Okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. I'm here for full support of this petition here. My name is Artis Galbraith, and I'm the actual owner of the 8.6 acres that sits in there. This zone I2CD sits right across the street from Victory Chevrolet, right there. I was successful, again, in the past to get it rezoned from R3 to I2CD. In collaboration with Beacon and Crescent's community vision, there, I found that we share kind of the same philosophy there. My initial vision was to get it rezoned and to do 10 small warehouses there, 2,000 to 3,000 square feet homes there. Well, what was after is that small contractors like me could come there, find a place to lease that had warehouse, office space, and because of the R2 designation, they could park small equipment behind there. And that's still kind of what my intentions are if this rezoning is not approved in there. Also, I thought that it would create some type of 10 warehouses, would create some type of small jobs for the community members there also. There's a big difference between what I had envisioned and what Beacon and Crescent have. They are 1,000%. I can promise you that they're going to do 1,000% better job than I can do. They have the capital, they have the expertise, and they have the past performance. You can just look at some of their projects throughout the city there. Again, if this is not rezoned, this rezoning doesn't pass, I'm just going to rezone it. I'm just going to go ahead and build what I have to do by right there. And I feel that other small developers can come there and do the exact same thing in there. And what you're going to end up again is, Attorney Collins said, which is be a hodgepodge of buildings there. In terms of economic and aesthetics, I think this is a wonderful, wonderful project. And again, you have two of the best developers there within the city. I think they would do an outstanding job. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Yep. 3 minutes and 10 seconds, Mr. Brown.
Dave says, thank you for 3 minutes left. So I'll just summarize. I know, and we'll hear from opponents in a bit, and I think we'll hear concerns about industrial uses on the site. I hope we've clarified that our expectations there would be industrial uses on this site regardless. We'll also talk about transportation. I think CDOT would tell you that this plan, even though it is a lot of square footage, would generate fewer trips than if this were developed as straight residential, which I don't think will happen. The existing zoning out there will dictate some commercial will come. And so I think the opportunity from our perspective is to continue working with the community, working with our city council to see if there's some other things that can move the envelope. I think this has got a really nice package of transportation improvements that will meaningfully advance the ball. With a project this size, you can get things done, and the team is looking to do this. We have dedications for a greenway that has been long sought, as well as space for a 3-acre park. And as I mentioned, the kind of natural topography of the site does provide a nice buffer between this land and the adjacent residential. And I do expect that we'll see this Ryan Road corridor. I know there's another zoning in the hopper coming down the pike. I think we'll see this as a commercial industrial area. And so I think this is a real opportunity, rather than just seeing this 150 acres cut up into pieces and having different development teams coming in doing a small bite at a time. We're able to do a traffic study, really deliver some meaningful improvements and commitments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have 3 community members signed up to speak in opposition. Kimberly Helms, Sam Smith Jr., and Tyler Benson. You will have 10 minutes combined, so you can divide it up amongst yourselves, please.
Tyler here. Come on, because Sam's not going to be able to come. He's going to send y'all an email.
Thank you.
All right. Lower my blood pressure here a second. All right. So Tyler's here. We've had, like you said, there's been a survey. Northwest Community Alliance is also against this. The neighbor, 81% of the neighbors are against this. So let me just tell you what I had written. So my neighbors and I are begging for your help. We've been back and forth with these developers for months. The neighborhood is filled with first-time homeowners. We chose to live outside the city limits for very specific reasons. We want a better quality of life, fresh air, quiet. We can see the stars at night when we go out in our yard. We can walk safely at 2 o'clock in the morning because our neighbors are all know who's out there, who's supposed to be out there. We knew we would have to pay for our garbage services. We knew there would be no public transportation. We're fine driving 10 minutes to go to a store or 15 minutes to go to work. We can get to anywhere in Charlotte within 20 minutes in our cars. That's the quality of life that we wanted when we chose to not live in the city limits. I grew up in Westerly Hills. When we rebuilt, our house burned, I wanted to not be in the city, but still in the county, because my daughter was at Northwest School of the Arts at the time. The Northwest Community Alliance kindly solicited the residents' view, and 81.6% did not support this rezoning or this development next to us. Our dream would be that the woods just stay the woods. They still buffer us somewhat from the noise of 485. I keep being told something has to be built there, but why? Why can we not just leave a forest and a creek alone? Or put some more houses over here? To come with that, at the very least, don't rezone that industrial. At one of the meetings, one of these guys said, someone was asking about the current mixture of those 146 acres, and he said it would be best for it all to be industrial, because who would want to buy houses in an area next to industrial buildings? So later I restated that back to him in a question. Yes, as you said early, why would someone want to live next to industrial buildings? There was no answer back to that. The Rapids at Belmead is an extremely diverse neighborhood with a huge amount of first-time homeowners. They're building generational wealth. Many have seen the value of their homes double even. More development will lower those values. Industrial development will ruin those values. We've been fighting so long with our developer to just finish the roads, but fortunately him not doing that has given us the reprieve of the well-intentioned but idiotic plan of connecting Ryan Road to Verde Creek. Connecting Ryan Road and Verde Creek would make our neighborhood, which is full of kids, pets, and families that take walks together, a cut-through every time 485 and 85 backs up. Waze or Google Maps will send people through our neighborhood to get to Mount Holly Huntersville Road, because there's only 3 places to cross the river. And if 485 and Wilkinson are if 85 and Wilkinson are backed up, they're going to cross over in the Catawba at Mount Holly. Yes, we do need a second entrance to the neighborhood, but Brazos and Bethany Dallas right there are a football field away. We could connect that easily. There would be, there is the creek there. The creek is always the problem, but we could connect that. We don't want our neighborhood connected to a road that runs parallel to 485 so that exit 12 and exit 14 would just be a driveway into our neighborhood where we already have issues with emergency drives, cars getting through because of the cars parked down the road. Building an industrial park next to our neighborhood is only good for the developer and the city tax coffers. When asked what the benefit to our neighborhood and the neighborhoods should be built, there was no answer other than talking points that don't make our neighborhood better. A walking trail, we have miles of walking trails we can utilize courtesy of the Whitewater Center, and walking trails will invite non-residents within yards of our residents' backyards. We all know that opens the door to crime and safety issues. This development will only cause harm to our neighborhood, our standard of living, and our property values. Please protect the residents of the Rapids at Belmead, the crossing at Belmead, Belmead Rental Homes, Belmead Green, the homes on Belmead Road, the kids that attend Whitewater Academy and Middle. We don't need any more traffic out there. We don't need a distribution center out there. We live out there and we chose a rural place to live. Please respect the residents and the people over the developers and corporations. Please consider the harm that will be caused with no benefit to the people that live there. And if the people don't matter, think about the trees. The environmental effect of 146 acres of forest being cleared, in addition to producing clean air for us to breathe, you know all these things about the trees, but one mature tree will absorb more than 48 pounds of carbon. And if you take an average of 50 trees per acre, cutting down 146 will clear possibly 7,300, which that would be 302,400 pounds of carbon dioxide that will not be removed from our area next to the airport. So I'll let Tyler take over the rest.
5.5 minutes.
Okay.
5.5.
Hi, thank you for the time to speak. I want to say, first of all, I acknowledge Charlotte is growing and there's going to be continued need for development, and I'm not opposed to any and all development. That being said, I think that the most important thing to consider for any new development or rezoning is what's best for the community and what's best for the residents that live closest to the new development. Frankly, the only things I can see this rezoning bringing to our community is increased pollution, increased noise pollution, and decreased property values. I know they spoke about uniformity and the fact that there was already some industrial zoning in this area, but if you look at the map, clearly most of it is zoned for residential. And I just don't see how you can communicate any benefit, and they haven't communicated any benefit that I, as a homeowner living within a few hundred yards of this thing, would get. We live in a new housing development, which is what the area was zoned for, residential. And if we built additional housing developments nearby, it could at least potentially lead to increased property values and community connections. We have a wonderful community of diverse homeowners and renters, many of them first-time homeowners that purchased without the expectation that huge industrial warehouses would be built in our backyard. The proposed rezoning, as far as I'm concerned, fails our community on all 10 of the goals of the 2040 policy map. The communicated concessions that they've made with the tiny 3-acre park on land that wouldn't be developed anyways, and $250,000 in road improvements are peanuts compared to the likely more than $50 million this kind of project is going to take. I think it's a failure to the residents of the community that we don't have more concessions at this time, although I think it'd be an even bigger failure to go through with the rezoning. It's not something that's required for our community to rezone this to industrial. It's not like we're rezoning to create a fire station, a police station, a school, a hospital. They're huge warehouses, and they're not in any way going to be contributing to our quality of life. We're talking about bringing in, from what I've read, 2,800 trucks a day into my backyard, making trips back and forth, literally a football field from my house. So the decision you're making is not that we go zero development and zero tax basis, or that we pick this monstrosity. The land is still valuable. It'll find a developer, and the housing market's still really attractive here. As Kim noted, some of the house prices have doubled in the area. Another developer will gladly find the $250,000 in road improvements that may be needed, considering that's the cost of less than one house in the neighborhood. I ask you please take your time and ask yourself, would you rather have your home a few hundred yards away from a residential neighborhood, or from 1.7 million square feet of warehouses with 2,800 trucks moving every day? I just don't see why you would choose the massive industrial warehouses over some new neighbors. So when you consider what's best for the community and your constituents you are serving, please consider what would possibly tip the scale towards the full-scale industrial zoning. We need to be able to communicate back to our community and neighbors that we represent how the leaders that we elect and pay their salaries with our tax dollars came to that decision if it comes to that. It was zoned for residential. That was the plan that was laid out. It was what was congruent with the communities that have already been built there. It may take longer, but it's unlikely people will stop buying new houses here. Your job is to look at a 30 to 50-year time horizon and a few years in patience to get this developed properly for the members of the community would be a much more prudent move to me. Most of us don't get to make decisions that impact people's lives and neighborhoods for the lifetime, for generations, but that's what you guys get to do. And I hope that you treat this responsibility with the gravity it deserves. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You still have a minute if you want.
Oh, well, another thing, the whole ETJ thing. I mean, like I said, we can't even vote for anything about the zoning thing. And it seems like the zoning committee only cares about making more city. Like I said, we chose to live outside the city limits. We are fine paying $75 a quarter to have our garbage picked up. We don't, that's why we want to be out there. We don't want a bunch of mess out there. We just want to live and hear the crickets and the birds and just live a more rural life within the city. And I don't understand why it's just so important that we cover everything in the area with concrete. We don't get to vote for y'all. We only get to vote for the county commission. And the county commission doesn't have any say in this.
You don't mind, one thing I didn't want to mention, we do have a wonderful proximity to the Whitewater Center. The trails that they're going to build offer us zero value, but what does offer someone value is another 60, 100 homes in there, whatever it is, that provides someone else with the same access to the over 50 miles of trails that already exist to the Whitewater Center, to the climbing wall, to the rafting activities, to the river where they can kayak. That kind of stuff would be much more valuable in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Helms and Mr. Benson. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Thank you. You know, in response, I guess, I mean, certainly I can't argue with, I think folks would rather woods be woods. I don't think that's a viable outcome on this site, and would reiterate the point. There's industrial zoning out there. You've heard from Mr. Galbraith, who owns the property, had it rezoned, would intend to develop industrial here if this site does not go forward. I expect the other small pieces would be developed in a similar way. So I do think this is kind of a little bit of the reality is we have 485 right there. There is great demand for logistics in our area. With the industrial zoning out there, I think you're going to see industrial uses on the site. And we'd love to find, if there are other, someone mentioned, well, we don't like these concessions. If there are others, we are open to them. These are two teams that would like to have a very positive outcome. And Pete?
Yeah, Pete Kidwell with Beacon Partners. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Thanks for spending time with us tonight. I just wanted to hit on the trip counts that were referenced. 2,800 trips are not exclusively industrial trucks. Those are also employee vehicular cars that come to the site. If the site was developed R3 and maxed out for houses, that would be 440 single-family dwelling units, which would generate 3,900 trips. So we're actually talking about a 38% reduction in our site plan because we're not maxing out the site. In terms of the trees being removed, that is an unfortunate piece of our business, but we are still hitting the minimum threshold for tree save after the park dedication. In terms of money that we're generating for the project, the $250,000 is just for the offsite light enhancements at Mount Holly and Ryan Road. We're actually delivering like a $9 million infrastructure package with a 2,500 foot linear public road on Verde Creek with utilities. We're enhancing the lane list from 9 feet to 11 feet on Ryan Road.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ashmary, you have the first question.
Yes, thank you. So, Mr. Brown, can you show us what's the residential side and how many acres is it out of 146?
I don't have the calculation on this slide here, Councilmember Jamira. You can see everything outlined in red. That's the site, the whole 149. So this upper portion here is all zoned industrial already, as well as this piece and this piece. So this piece here, I'm sure Our team or staff can calculate that for you. It looks to be less than half, but it's not an insignificant portion.
It's about 50 or more.
I don't even want to, you know.
Okay.
I think it's slightly more residential. I'm going to say 55 residential, 45 industrial.
Okay.
Excuse me, one
So-
second. One second, Ms. Edgemere.
Yeah.
The studio, can we make sure that we're getting the slides on our screens down here instead of the video feed? Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Edgemere.
Yeah, no problem. So the buffer from the residential area, so I'm trying to find out where exactly the neighboring property is at.
Yeah, yes, most of the,
Yeah, if you could tell me what's the buffer from that residential portion?
Yeah, I'll take this one. So R3 adjacent to an I-1 district is a 100-foot buffer. It can be reduced to 75 feet with a berm. So we actually have the natural feature that Colin referenced that generally follows that entire red strip. It's about 3,800 linear feet. There's a swim buffer on our side of the property as well as the residential side, 100 feet. So that goes from the top of the creek out 100 feet. So there's a natural buffer that's a minimum of 200 feet, depending on the width of the creek, that is on both our property and the neighboring residential property, depending on how the creek meanders through the project. So, and if it was strictly adjacent to a residential development, in kind of the by right scenario, we could reduce the buffer to 75 feet with the berm, but the stream buffer allows for a 200-foot natural feature. Does that answer your question, Councilman Ashmira?
Yes,
Thank
thank you. So, Mr. Brown, we have seen similar industrial site rezoning, 3-acre park for 146-plus acre development. It's just not enough. I'd like to see more. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edgemere. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I also have questions about the proximity of this zoning compared to the residential neighborhoods. It looks like the street view of the single-family residential to the west of the site. So you said that's about 200 feet from the industrial site?
Yes, ma'am. From the closest end of the stream buffer, it's about 200 feet to the gray area that would be the truck court.
Okay. Also in the pictures, the street view, there's a 2-lane highway. And I know that some improvements are going to be made. Will there be improvements to the road? Will there be any widening?
So I do want to point out on some future plans, the city did have a plan to connect from the residential neighbors that you heard from to bring a road through our site connecting to Ryan Road. That is something the neighbors are not supportive of. So we would be bringing a connection through, the only connection to Ryan Road through our site and stubbing it, not making the connection to the neighborhood. In addition, there would be significant improvements to the Ryan Road frontage.
So I noticed the transportation outstanding issues was to revise the site plan and to commit to dedicate the right-of-way of the new public street. Is that what you're talking about?
That's correct.
Okay, so,
And that was came through one of our conversations with Mrs. Holmes and their needs for the community. They did not want the connection to be made. We had lengthy conversations with CDOT, and given that the community has not fully developed out, we figured this is the best result is for us to build all the way to the edge of the stream buffer and dedicate the right-of-way of easements that would be necessary for CDOT to make the connection in the future.
okay. This question is for staff. On page 5 of the petition, or of the presentation, Mr. Pettin, there is a graph or a table with the petition numbers, the summary of petitions, and the status. I would like to see the proximity to the subject zoning, so we know how close they are, and also the number of trips. I'd like to see what the cumulative impact to that area is. You referenced a 2019 petition and I think a 2017. The 2019, is that the petition with the 40,000 square feet of industrial uses?
Yes, yeah, there's a map on page 4 that corresponds to the table on page 5 that just carried over from one page to another.
And how close is that to this petition?
2019-036 is actually part of this petition. It's the southern, I guess the southeasternmost portion of Development Area A.
Okay.
And 2017 also resides within, it's close to the new public road to the north side of Development Area A.
So those are the portions of the site that have already been zoned industrial.
Okay. Well, I believe with 2019, there were some environmental concerns. I'd like to see an environmental report, if we can get some type of report for this petition, Dave. I thought there were some concerns with the water or the stream close to that, so I'd like to learn more about this petition.
Okay, yeah, we can reach out to some partners in Mecklenburg County and see if there's anything that they provided on this particular petition.
There is existing groundwater contamination at the property. We're pursuing a brownfield agreement with NCDEQ. We have one groundwater sample for PFAs, which are forever chemicals. You might be familiar with them, and Teflon. There's one rating that we have that's 68 times the allowable allowance through the EPA guidelines.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I'll send you the report. It is a little technical and above my pay grade, so to speak, but we have one test for what PFAS, forever chemical. Teflon is one of the most ones that you would be familiar with, but the groundwater contamination is 68 times the recommended allowable level for EPA health guidelines.
For this petition?
Yeah, there's an on-site test result that we have from this development.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's actually a follow-up question for the petitioner and then a question for staff. Recognizing that it's already been identified that we have a very high level of contamination. If a project were to move forward and there were additional construction and or clearing, do we have an idea or have we also received any feedback as far as the potential impacts to the residential neighborhood from if that contamination were to spread?
So we will, through the Brownfield program with NCDEQ, we will be given an environmental management plan, and that will dictate how any site development is handled on site. So if there's swapping of soil, the soil will be tested and monitored to make sure if anything that goes off-site will be taken to a landfill that's capable of handling that. Groundwater, if it is encountered, will be treated as well, and we'll have limitations on use of groundwater on all the properties. Those are currently not in place on the properties today.
So if I'm understanding, and please correct me if what I'm hearing is not correct, because of the potential contamination, the area of this total acreage that say is closer to residential, outside of the buffer because of, simple question, can housing or residential be carved out, say, 10 acres? Can 10, 15 acres be carved out for residential on the back end closest to the residential for future housing development? Because even looking at 2017, 2019 plans, there was no preparation for what 2020 was going to bring to the nation. There was no preparation to what we're seeing now in 2022 regarding a major need for housing of all types of housing options and differing housing stock. So is there developable land that is closest to the residential that could be carved off?
I'm going to need to confer with my development partners. I would say the attraction to us as industrial developers is the natural 200-foot buffer that's in place at the property line. So if we moved residential development onto our side of the buffer, then we're encountering a new buffering system that we need to incur. So it's something we could discuss, but I don't believe it provides that natural feature that we have today. And we're in a housing crisis, but we're also in a warehousing crisis right now. The vacancy rates are at all-time lows, so I think there's a huge benefit for us to consider when we're talking about 10-minute neighborhoods. We're going to also be annexing the property into the city of Charlotte. It's in the ETJ, as we described. I believe our estimates are $100 million of assessed value, which would translate to roughly $350,000 of annual tax revenue to the city of Charlotte that could be redeployed in the area for additional projects.
So I think you may have just answered my question regarding the potential 200-foot water buffer, that is the clear separation from the residential and from your industrial. Because I think if I heard correctly from the residents in the area, they're not interested in being incorporated in. So if there is a conversation regarding ETJ, that conversation should only be for this industrial piece, not connecting. And if there were a connector, you potentially could be having a very different conversation about some of the residential being incorporated into the city. So actually, Mayor Pro Tem, I don't have a question for staff. They were able to answer it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Was the brownfields found in the R3 portion of the site? Do you know?
I would say the highest contamination levels are near the existing Livingstone facility, which is generally closer to the Mount Holly-Ryan intersection. As you get closer to the stream feature, we're finding less levels of contamination.
Can you show us in the map? Sorry.
Yeah, the contamination closer to this area, less as you move away from the corner.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I have a question.
Ms. Johnson.
So for those of us who are not engineers, this question's for staff. 68% times the recommended level, is that extraordinary? I mean, that sounds like that wouldn't be, I mean, help me out. When we say 68 times the contamination, does that cause alarm? That causes me alarm. I'm sure it causes the residents alarm.
Yeah,
it sounds extraordinary.
That would be a question we'd have to reach out to our partners in Land Use and Environmental Services in Mecklenburg County. They're certainly more the experts on that than we are here with you this evening. So be happy to reach out to them and get some additional feedback. And they did mention some of the groundwater contamination in the report from the parcel that's just next door that Mr. Brown highlighted. But outside of that, I don't have much more detail. So we can follow up with them and see if there's anything else they can provide to us.
Yeah, I'm sure we'd all like details, the type of contamination and the effects on humans.
Yep.
Thank you.
No problem.
Do you have any other questions or comments? Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I wanted to note, for the benefit of the opponents, we don't have the legal authority to refuse to consider any development at this location. So your idea of keeping it the way it is really just not within our power. The development that has occurred around Charlotte that we have allowed has contributed to the increase in the property values that you alluded to. So we're in a tough spot here. I have noted your opposition to the industrial development, and clearly we need to do more work on this. My immediate question actually was, I'm not sure if this was answered, but how many acres is the current R3 out of the total?
It's 50 plus.
We calculated about
It's
77.
okay.
About 77.
About 77?
Yes, sir.
So by right, that would be developed as residential in any case. All right, I actually have a lot of questions. I'll need to follow up with you offline. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from council? Then I'll entertain a motion to close. I'll make the motion to close.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of closing the public hearing? Raise your hands. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you. We will move on to item number 23, petition number 2022-015 by Florenza Properties, LLC. approximately 7.49 acres located on the east side of North Sharon Amity Road, north of Central Avenue, and south of Willora Lake Road in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. The current zoning is R4, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR2, urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. We do not have any speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, the petitioners will have 3 minutes. Mr. Pettin, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. 2022, 015, about 7.5 acres on North Sharon Amity Road, just north of the intersection with Central Avenue and the proximity of the Eastland Mall, old Eastland Mall area. This is currently zoned R4. Proposed zoning is UR2 conditional. The adopted place type map does show this as a neighborhood 1. You can see some neighborhood 2 and a neighborhood center with all within close proximity to this parcel. The proposal itself is for up to 90 single-family attached rear-loaded residential units. Does propose a local-wide residential street with parallel parking and private alleyways with ingress-egress from North Sharon Amity Road. Proposes a minimum of 10 guest parking spaces, 12-foot multi-use path, and 8-foot planting strip along North Sharon Amity. Also 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strips internal to the site. Illustrates a proposed bus stop on North Sharon Amity Road. That final location would be coordinated with CATS and permitting. Does specify allowed building materials within the conditional notes, and also notes that all corner end units that face a public or private street will have a porch or stoop that wraps around the front and side of the unit, as well as blank wall provisions that would limit blank wall expanses to 10 feet on all building levels. Proposes a 30-foot wide landscape area to Class C buffer standards along the north and east property lines shown in green. Also illustrates possible tree save areas and BMP locations, and also 2 amenity open space areas with a minimum of grass, shrubs, pedestrian walkways, and seating are proposed with this project. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Have outstanding issues related to transportation, on-site and building design to continue to work through. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type, however, due to that proximity to neighborhood 2, along with immediate access with bus service and proximity to that neighborhood center. Staff does feel it is an appropriate transition to a neighborhood 2 place type. We'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 5 speakers for the petitioner: John Carmichael, Adam Fiorenza, Randy Goddard, Brian Graham, and Michael Wickline. And I'll leave it up to Mr. Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner, Fiorenza Properties. Adam Fiorenza for the petitioner, and Brian Graham of Design Resource Groups are here as well. Site contains just under 7.5 acres. It's located on the east side of North Sharon Amity Road between Willora Lake Road and Central Avenue. This is an aerial, of course. You've got further to the south on Central, you've got Quick Trip, the Movement School, and the Eastland Mall site. You've got the Granville Apartments immediately to the south, and along a little bit of the eastern portion of the site, there's a single-family home here. And then to the north, there are parcels owned by a religious institution. The site is currently zoned R4. Petitioners requesting the rezoning of the site to UR2 CD to accommodate the development of up to 90 single-family attached townhome dwelling units on the site. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I don't know if the timer was started. Was it?
It's going. It's 2:03. It's going.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Apparently, we need to fix the timer up there.
Okay. Access to the site would be provided by way of a right-in, right-out only access point off of North Sharon Amity Road. As Mr. Pettin stated, there'd be a 30-foot Class C landscape area along the northern portion of the eastern edge of the site and along a portion of the southern edge. There'd also be tree save areas along these portions of the site and this portion of the site. Parking, the units would be rear-loaded. There'd be a minimum of 10 visitor parking spaces, as well as approximately 18 on-street spaces within the site. Petitioner would install an 8-foot plane strip and a 12-foot multi-use path along the site's frontage on North Sharon Amity Road. They would also install a ADA-compliant bus stop waiting pad. Architectural standards are a part of the plan. Vinyl siding would be prohibited. We've had numerous 2 meetings and communications with area residents regarding the project and the proposed project, and they've expressed some concerns about traffic and U-turns up here at Willora Lake Road and North Sharon Amity Road. In response to that, the petitioner proposed a full movement access with a left turn lane into the site, which would allow left turns out of the site. But we heard last week from the residents that they do not prefer that. So we've gone back to the original right-in, right-out only movement. We're happy to configure the access point however the residents or CDOT would like us to do so. The site is located along, there are two existing bus stops along the site's frontage, and it's also very walkable to the Eastland Community Transit Center. We'll continue to have conversations with the area residents. I know that some have concerns, although they're not here tonight, and I told one of them that I would make sure that was represented to you. So I just wanted you to know that. But we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you for your consideration, and we will resolve the remaining issues, outstanding issues with the planning staff this week.
Thank you very much. Council members, Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to, for the record, speak on the community member that I know that you're mentioning.
Yes, ma'am.
And she's probably one of the most involved members in District 5. And so Ms. Allman, I spoke to her on Friday, and she did raise those concerns about traffic to me directly. So I would like to see, because basically what she said was exactly what we have here already. She addressed the concerns with the existing U-turns.
Right.
And the density in the area. So I don't know if we merit a traffic study for this in particular, but I would like to see how the additional units are going to impact traffic in the area as we move forward. Now, they did not, I want to make sure that I'm clear, this isn't a I'm against the project, because I asked that specifically. They're not against the project. They really want to work with, you know, the petitioning party. They just want to make sure that this density can be handled in a responsible way. So I feel like we could meet them in the middle and make sure that those concerns are addressed. And I would like to make sure that they are.
I'll follow with Ms. Allman, and happy to certainly follow up with you as well.
Okay. Thank you. I would appreciate that.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Ashmira.
Thank you. So this question is for Mr. Patton. Under outstanding issues in transportation, there are a number of items here. So will all of this need to be addressed?
So are they all going to be addressed? Is that?
Yeah, will all of this need to be addressed
Yes.
before the groundbreaking, right?
Yeah, it would all need to be addressed really before zoning committee next week, or at the latest before decision. Yes.
Got it. So yeah, to Ms. Molina's point, I had a meeting with Ms. Bobby Allman earlier today, and all her concerns are are included in this outstanding list under transportation. So as long as they get addressed, I think that will address neighborhoods' concerns, especially around traffic. So I look forward to getting a resolution on these items. Thank you.
I had a comment or a question. A couple of years ago, when I was first got on council, we really were looking at the way neighborhoods were cut off from each other, developing neighborhoods where you had kind of hard walls between, you know, where you lived and other people lived. And we wanted to kind of get away from this. And I think that adds to also some of the congestion issues, right? When there's one way into a neighborhood and one way out, even if you don't have the issues with the U-turn, it's like a waterway or like a pipe. It just can't handle so much during peak hours. So I see this as a one way in, one way out, and it's proximate to, very close to Eastland Mall, the Eastland Mall site, which Eastland Yards, excuse me.
Eastland Yards.
Where there should be improvements coming online. But I also see on the drawing a public street, once you get in, that seems like it would want to connect to a future street. Is that the case? Because it doesn't, there is existing housing there, and I don't see it connecting to any other
Albemarle Road
type of
end of the
street.
street?
Can we, is there an aerial that we could speak from? Yes, this doesn't show the parcel lines, Councilmember Winston, but I don't know how there's single-family homes to the east of the site, So I'm not sure how you would make there's not a, first of all, I should say, there's not a proposal to extend a public street all the way to the eastern boundary of the site. The public street would stop in the interior of the site. You've got single-family homes further to the east. You've got the apartment community to the south. They've got existing buildings there. So, and then there's a religious institution owns the parcels to the north.
Yeah.
You have a public street on the drawing.
Right, correct.
Is there a future right-of-way or something like that, Mr. Pettin, that is supposed to connect to?
Yeah, so that street will come in off North Sharon Avenue, and it jogs south there, that dotted red line. Anticipation of potential redevelopment of the site to the south at some point in the future. If that site does redevelop out, whether through a rezoning or by right, that road connection then would have to be made because it's then would be required by the subdivision ordinance. So that's why we set it up to that portion versus to the east. There are some very long linear parcels behind that kind of make it difficult to potentially get over to Stillwell Oaks. So the decision from staff that reviewed it, particularly in the plan reviewers, looked at that southern connection to the apartments. And again, once those, or if those redevelop, we would get that southerly connection, and that could get you back to Eastland Yards and then back out to Sharon Amity from there.
So there is a plan for a future extension of that public street?
Yeah, so this line here, if this property just to the south were to redevelop, because this now stubs to the property line, it would be a required connection that next project would have to make. Like I said, whether it goes through rezoning or it comes in as a by right project, that requirement would need to be met.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Ms. Molina.
And just to expand on what Mr. Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, do you know what street that is?
So there's no street there currently. So if we go back to...
Where would it potentially connect to? Is it Albemarle?
So it would potentially connect to around in this general area here, and then it could connect to the street that would bring into Eastland Yards, and then you'd have, a movement between both in those. Because to get all the way over to Stillwell would involve many more parcels, some that are vacant, some that have single-family homes. It was probably a tougher ask to get that than potentially to set up for this connection down in the future.
Right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else?
Move to close.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. That is unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
We'll move on to item number 24, petition number 2022-051 by Joseph Boyapiti, approximately 4.98 acres located on the south side of Sam Neely Road, west of Steel Creek Road, and east of Chrisland Woods Place in Council District 3 in Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is R8, single-family residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to tree save, buffers, and technical revisions. I do not see any opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is about 5 acres, 2022-051, just off of Sam Neely Road. It is currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is R8 conditional. No MF after that, just straight R8. The policy map does recommend a neighborhood 1 for this site. You can see manufacturing and logistics next door. The proposal is for up to 24 units in 6 buildings, so they'd be 6 quad units. That would come out at about 4.8 DUA on the site. Does commit to provide 2 parking spaces per unit via 2-car garage, as well as 6 on-street visitor spaces. Provides a minimum of 50% open space per lot, per quadplex lot. It dedicates 15% of the site to common open space, and then access would be via Sam Neely Road. It would be an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot shared use path that would be constructed along Sam Neely. It does propose a new internal public street that would have a 6-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalk on either side, an 8-foot buffer along the site's western boundary with a 6-foot opaque fence and evergreen plantings would be provided. That's that Class A buffer on the right side of the plan. It does provide also a 29-foot Class A buffer reduced by 25% along the site's eastern boundary. Excuse me, that's the green line, not the previous one. And then lighting fixtures would be fully capped and shielded. They would only be allowed to be 21 feet in height, and also architectural details committing to primary building materials, pitched roofs, usable porches and stoops on end units and walkways connecting to sidewalks, as well as 6-foot opaque wood paneled fences would be included should this petition be approved. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to tree save, buffers, and technical revisions. It is inconsistent with the Neighborhood 1 recommendation, but does fit some of the general criteria for looking at this for a potential Neighborhood 2. Neighborhood 1 does allow quadplexes in certain conditions. This wouldn't be one of those conditions, but not a far departure, knowing that that is an allowed building type, but not at this intensity. But again, Neighborhood 1 to a Neighborhood 2 in this location, and then transition over to that manufacturing and logistics. Staff didn't have any significant concerns with that, particularly given the small amount of units and lower density. So with that, we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Beth Bailey signed up to speak. You have 3 minutes, Ms. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Winston and Council. My name is Beth Bailey, and I am Senior Landscape Architect with McKim & Creed in Charlotte, and a graduate of UNCC. Go Niners.
Go Niners.
I'm here to speak for the rezoning application on behalf of my client, Mr. Boyapati. He couldn't be here. He's traveling tonight. The request to rezone from R3 to R8 is a conditional rezoning, and it's to provide for sale single-family homes in the form of attached homes in 6 quadruplex buildings. If it were developed straight R3 right now, density calculation says there could be about 14 single-family homes. This request is for 24, but in the form of attached, not individual single-family homes. As staff pointed out, there are some conditions that go along with this that the property owner has agreed to, which are setting up for, I think, the eventual infrastructure of the extension of Carowinds Boulevard. And those things are the 12-foot mixed-use path, a 50-foot right-of-way from the center line of Sam Neely Road. And so those are some large conditions for a site this small, but my client understands that those are for the greater good of the community and setting up the ability for that extension for Carowinds Boulevard to come through, which hopefully will address a lot of the issues that we have heard from neighboring properties in the 2 meetings that we have had, which are traffic, and traffic. And the other issue is stormwater. Just wanted to remind you that if this property did develop as single-family, individual homes on individual lots, it would still have the same street, basically, same sidewalks, same very similar setbacks. That buffer on against the industrial is now, we've made it a 35-foot buffer. And we do propose, it's not required, but there is a small buffer, as staff said, along the buildings that back up to the western property edge to address the neighbor's concern. I mean, the land is limited in the width, the site is limited in the width, so we're giving as much as we can to a buffer behind the buildings, between the existing homes and the proposed buildings. And we also offer to put a fence and some landscaping in there to help mitigate the quadruplex building against the single-family homes. I think as evidence to the notes that we've added to the rezoning plan, we're very willing to...
Like you have 3 minutes. I know, and I'm sorry that the timer might be broken up there, but we will start with questions from the council, and Ms. Watlington, you are recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to read into the record a few of the concerns from the residents of the Great Crest community. In its current form, the Great Crest community and the HOA, as well as the Still Creek Residents Association, are opposed to the rezoning. for a number of reasons. The three main points are as follows. Number one, stormwater. We've talked a lot about that already, but essentially there are several requests here, and I know each council member has them, but I will, like I said, read it into the record. Number one, they are requesting that the developer verify that the current storm drain is structurally sound and fully open to receive stormwater. They're also requesting that the developer works with homeowners on Chrisland Woods and Seascape to ensure that water flows in the original channel, a rebuilt channel, or an extended stormwater pipe at cost to the developer. They are requesting that the developer agrees to exceed the standard sequestering and release of stormwater, and they are also requesting that the developer opens a dialogue with Great Crest HOA Board to discuss solutions to move additional water downstream. The second big item is the buffer, and their request is that in addition to the fence, a minimum building setback between Great Crest property line and the backs of the townhomes of at least 25 feet. And then finally, the number of townhomes. They are requesting that the developer agrees to lower the maximum number of townhomes to 12. So my question is, having heard these requests, and my assumption is that you've probably seen these at some point before,
Yes, ma'am.
would like to know you all's response.
We will certainly do our best to work with the adjacent property owners. We are not to the point yet where we are at the point of doing actual stormwater calculations. Wanted to make sure that the rezoning was going to go through first before that step was taken, because that is a considerable amount of time and money in terms of specific design. So once we get to that point, we will absolutely work with the property owners to make sure, and that is one of the conditions, I believe, that we have added to the site plan, is that we will make sure that that downstream stormwater, the existing storm manhole and the lines are capable of holding that or taking that stormwater from this site.
Just to follow up from a stormwater comment perspective, Stormwater did provide two comments in the review of this petition and did ask the petitioner to go above what the normal stormwater standards are and add some additional notes. Due to this project draining to Steel Creek, which is an impaired and degraded stream, which could contribute to some downstream flooding. So they did say that this project has the opportunity to mitigate future impacts of this stream, and they did recommend placing some additional notes to the plan, which the petitioner has incorporated on their last site plan. Those include things that go above and beyond what our current ordinance is to handle stormwater and stormwater runoff. So just wanted to make everyone aware of that as well.
Okay, so would I interpret that to mean that that you all intend to meet the requests of the neighborhood?
We will do our best, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's something that in advance of the approval, I'd be particularly interested in understanding better. I realize the costs associated with running detailed calculations, but a feasibility grade or something would be great.
Yeah, there is also a note just as well, just to point out, because I know not everybody can go in and read every conditional note on there, but there is a note that says they will analyze the adequacy of existing stormwater conveyance on the adjoining parcels, and if it's found to be inadequate, the petitioner would make good faith efforts with property owners to improve that stormwater runoff or mitigate the discharge onto the adjoining parcels. So yeah, just putting it out there just for some clarity, but certainly want to hear whatever follow-up they have before decision as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Failed to say, Ms. Bailey, if you have any additional comments in writing, you can provide those to the clerk, and they will be distributed to council. Any other questions or comments from council? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Follow up to Councilmember Watlington's review of the comments from residents. There was also a comment in there regarding reducing the proposed number of units, I believe, from 24 to 12. Ms. Watlington, did you? 12 to 14. I did not hear your response to that request. If there's any discussions regarding reductions, since this is creating something new in an area where we have had decades of transportation and other challenges because of we're in delay. We're waiting for the state to approve and move forward with a widening that hasn't happened yet. But has there been any conversations of whether or not 24 is the definite number, or is there any ability for that to be reduced?
That is something that I certainly will talk to my client about. I can't say for sure one way or the other right now.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Anything else, council members? Hearing none.
Hold the closed hearing.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand, please. That decision is unanimous to close the public hearing. We have deferred item number 25. We will move on to item number 26. Item 26, rezoning petition 2022-088 by Mecklenburg County, approximately 10.54 acres, located on the north side of South Tryon Street between York Center Drive and John Price Road in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. It's pretty much your show, Ms. Watlington. Current zoning, I-1 light industrial, and proposed zoning is I-2 general industrial conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We do not have any speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes. Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. Yes, 2022-088, 10.5 acres off South Tryon and John Price Road. Currently zoned I-1. Proposed zoning is for I-2 conditional. The policy map does recommend manufacturing logistics for the site, so this petition would be consistent with that request. The proposal would be to allow for all uses permitted in I-2 with the exceptions, things including adult care centers, armories, jails and prisons, adult establishments, crematory facilities, tattoo establishments, abattoirs, junkyards, C&D landfills. There's a substantial list noted on the plans. Those are just some of the more noxious uses in I-2 that have been prohibited with this conditional plan. Does also limit the building of number of buildings on the site to 9, commits to installing a 75-foot Class B buffer along the eastern and southwestern property boundaries. Those are the green areas there on the plan. Does commit also to installing a 6-foot high wall along the southern property line adjacent to South Tryon Street. Commits to installing a 10-foot wide landscape buffer with security fence and retaining wall along the western boundary. Also limits outdoor lighting to 35 feet in height and requires it to be shielded and downwardly directed, and also commits to the following transportation improvements. Excuse me, dedication of 66-foot of right-of-way from center line of South Tryon. That would also include an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path. Dedication of 36 feet of right-of-way from center line of John Price Road with an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along that frontage. Construction of a left turn lane at the eastern driveway with 150 feet of storage and striping of a 2-way left turn lane from the eastern driveway to Logistics Center Drive. That's there on John Price Road. And then also construction of ADA compliant bus waiting pad along South Tryon to be coordinated with CATS during permitting. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. There are no outstanding issues. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
We have one speaker for the petitioner, Jeffrey Smithberger. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, committee members. I'm Jeff Smithberger. I'm with LUISA, Land Use and Environmental Services Agency for Mecklenburg County, and I am your Director of Solid Waste for Mecklenburg County. It's our pleasure tonight to bring you this petition. We're excited to add this feature in the facilities that we have and operate in Mecklenburg County. The screen shot that you see right now shows our existing facilities. About 4 years ago, Mecklenburg County undertook a study of where we had recycling and disposal deserts for our community members in our community. The pink or magenta colors show a 5-mile radius around our existing facilities, our North Meck facility in Huntersville, our Compost Central facility, our Hickory Grove facility, and our Foxhole facility. What we're looking at tonight is the number 5 in the screenshot, and that is our facility at John Price Road. We're calling it the John Price Road Recycling Park. This full-service facility will serve both residents and businesses for our community, and it will fill a need and a gap in that area of our community and give all of our residents a great place to be able to come and recycle and throw those things away that they may wish to. This facility is also crucial for the infrastructure that we have for the collection efficiency for both the city of Charlotte and our programs that we have. The county is planning for the future needs of waste management for Mecklenburg County, and this staffed facility will be part of that. Public outreach, we've notified adjacent landowners of the project. We've held several meetings, both virtually and in person, and Mecklenburg County Solid Waste also attended the last Steel Creek Residents Association meeting on October 11th to discuss this project. There you've seen the vacant parcel. It's about 10.5 acres, surrounded primarily by industrial. This facility will have a 2-story administration building for our staff to utilize. We'll also be utilizing electric vehicle chargers and solar-powered facilities to the extent that we can. This is a picture of our material processing and collection area at our Compost Central facility, and this is what the Steel Creek Center will be modeled after. We have canopy areas where we collect and process things like televisions, electronics, refrigerators, freezers, microwave ovens, and all of those things are hauled off-site to the various different processing centers that we utilize around the state of North Carolina. We're a good neighbor. We're committed to be a good neighbor. We are the only solid waste organization in the state of North Carolina to have an environmental management system with state approval. We look forward to any questions that we can answer tonight. And if you have any questions, please email them to solidwaste@meckcounty.gov.
Good timing.
Thank you very much. Well
That was
done.
almost perfect.
Do we have any questions or comments from the council? Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion of the motion? All in favor? It's unanimous to close the public hearing. Thank you very much. We will move along to item number 27. Petition number 2022-143, also by Mecklenburg County. Approximately 9.58 acres located on the east side of Forest Point Boulevard, north of West Arrowwood Road and west of Nations Ford Road in District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is B2 General Business Conditional, and the proposed zoning is B2 General Business. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We have three speakers for and none against. So after staff's presentation, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-143, it's just over 9.5 acres, just off Nations Ford Road on Forest Point Boulevard. It is currently zoned B2 conditional, and the proposed zoning is to just take that to a B2 conventional to allow all uses in the B2 zoning district. The adopted place type from the policy map does recommend commercial, so this petition would be consistent with that place type recommendation. And there is no site plan or conditional plan to speak of, no outstanding issues. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation, and we will be happy to take questions following the petitioner's presentation if they have any.
Thank you very much. We have 3 speakers, David Geiser, Matthew Jones, and Karen Peltier. You have 3 minutes, goodbye.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Matthew Jones. I'm principal engineer with Jones Civil Design. The applicant, Mecklenburg County, really the rezoning is to remove the condition that does not allow the site to be used for anything other than a hotel. The existing hotel that's there would remain, but that would become then an affordable housing use managed, operated by Mecklenburg County for citizens that are in transition. The remainder of the property would be a park site. There is no intention to remove the hotel, so that would remain there. And what you see as mainly the northern portion of the site would then be a park. And we are mainly here just to answer questions, and county has representatives here as well, so we can answer those if council has any.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on this conventional rezoning by the council? Hearing none, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hands. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We will move on to item number 28, petition number 2022-046 by the Salvation Army of Greater Charlotte. approximately 5.98 acres, located on the north side of Queen City Drive, just west of the intersection with Sloan Drive in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is B2, a general business conditional and with an airport noise overlay, and the proposed zoning is B2 general business with an airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. We do have three speakers against this, so the petitioner will have 10 minutes once staff presentation is complete. Mr. Pett.
Thank you. 2022-046. It's just under 6 acres on Queen City Drive. It is currently zoned B2 conditional with the airport noise overlay. The proposed zoning is similar to the last, going just to a B2 conventional district, again maintaining that airport noise overlay. The adopted place type from the 2040 policy map does recommend commercial for this property in the general area in this location along Queen City Drive. Again, this is a conventional petition, so there's no site plan, no outstanding issues to speak of. Staff does recommend approval. The petition, as mentioned, is consistent with the policy map recommendation for commercial. The previous conditional plan was limited in uses just to an office and a hotel, so those would be the only real conditions that would be alleviated or eliminated should this petition be approved. But again, it'd be open to all B2 uses as a conventional rezoning. So we'll be happy to take any questions following presentations by the petitioner and members of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have 2 speakers on the record in favor of this conventional petition, Major Todd Mason and Ted Wozniak.
Thank you. I'm happy to represent the Salvation Army here, and we first would offer thanks to Councilmember Watlington and the Zoning Department for their kindness and guidance during this process. The Salvation Army has been part of the Charlotte community since 1904, working each day to try to meet human needs without discrimination, which is part of our mission. And we do that in many different ways, but for purposes of today, I'd like to speak about our programs specifically that serve people experiencing homelessness. Our Center of Hope on Spratt Street, we serve about 300 people per night, and that shelter provides emergency shelter, food, and critical wraparound services. While we're making strides every day, along with the city, the county, and our many partner agencies that we work in this space with, it has been our experience in recent years that one of the gaps that we've all been trying to help fill is a way to house intact families together while we work with them to get them out into affordable housing. And so during the pandemic, when it hit, thanks to the support from our government partners and the community at large, we were able to safely serve individuals outside the walls of our traditional shelter by housing them in motel rooms across the city. We learned a lot during this process, which occurred simultaneous with our own internal strategic planning efforts. And so we've been in the planning stages of growing our services to meet the increasing needs here in our community. So out of the pandemic, we were presented an opportunity to lease and later purchase an efficiency hotel facility that we now call Booth Commons at Mulberry. And we began moving families into that facility in July 2021, so we've been in there about 16 months. With individual efficiency rooms equipped with bathrooms and kitchenettes, families are able to remain together. They are able to quickly become self-sufficient in preparing meals and enjoying them as a family, have a safe environment to live in as it relates to the COVID-19 pandemic. All the while they are experiencing complete access to our wraparound services such as case management, job training, housing navigation, food pantry and clothes closets, and an on-site Boys and Girls Club for their children. This is all while we work with them to help get them back into the community, into their own affordable housing. And since officially moving into that space in 2021, we've been pleased with how our guests have responded. We've also been able to add 25 new jobs to this location, as well as hire a variety of businesses and vendors. We are currently in the process of planning our renovations to the property. This includes a security or perimeter fence and security systems, renovated rooms, a new playground, and an expanded Boys and Girls Club area. We will eventually be able to serve 100 families in this facility. Booth Commons is really an example of what can happen when we all kind of come together and really try to meet its challenges and see what can happen when we allow others to restore dignity and have a sense of hope for tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wozniak. You have 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
Thank you. My name is Ted Wozniak, and I have the privilege of serving as the chairman of the advisory board for the Salvation Army here in Charlotte. And I'm really here representing the many community and civic leaders that sit on our board, as well as the thousands of volunteers and donors that support the Salvation Army and its mission. Major Mason, I think, very adequately summarized what our petition is about. I just wanted to make a few points. First, we believe, at the forefront of trying to solve the problems of homelessness and affordable housing and economic upward mobility. And through Booth Commons, we are able, we think, to serve many people that are transitioning from a position of homelessness to being members of the community again. The second point I would emphasize is that we have received considerable support from the city and the county for this effort. And lastly, we are in the midst of a $30 million capital campaign and have received significant commitments from major employers and civic leaders that are, I think, trying to line up behind us as we continue to try to build out this facility and others like it to serve the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have 3 speakers in opposition, Nita Shah, Ahmad Shah, and Primal Tekor. You have 10 minutes combined, so you split it up as you see fit. And since it's not working, the timer isn't working up there, I'll give you a time check every once in a while.
Thank you. My name is Barimal Thakur. I represent the hotels in the area along that corridor. I am also with the ownership group that owns the Holiday Inn Express immediately adjacent to this property. I want to start off by saying that we support the Salvation Army and their mission in keeping families intact and their efforts in helping homelessness. So this is not in opposition to the Salvation Army. However, I think our experience in the last 15 months has not been what was expressed earlier. We've experienced a lot of car break-ins, a lot of police calls. We've experienced a lot of security risks, vagrancy and loitering, and it's with our property located immediately next to them, we've had a lot of guest complaints and a lot of business disruption because of it, and that is our major concern. We have reports from CMPD that showed let me just read this real quick. We have reports from CMPD that show that disorder-related calls have increased compared to before the shelter was established. And we've received many complaints from guests and bad reviews from customers that have recently stayed and state that we are unsafe in an unsafe area, and they do not feel secure at our hotels. And so we're very concerned about that. Guests pay a premium at our hotels to stay because they pay an occupancy tax to the city. And that is a major benefit to the city because that is not a tax that is levied upon its citizens. It's a benefit to the city and its citizens because it's a tax based on money that comes from outside visitors. With this kind of disruption that we've been experiencing, it's lowering our occupancy levels, which also affects the city because they're not getting their occupancy tax. In addition to the expected loss in customers, we expect that it will reduce our ability to meet our debt coverage ratios and put us in jeopardy with our lending relationships because of the loss in revenue. We additionally, personally, we own 11 acres immediately adjacent to this property. We have plans to build an additional hotel there. We have plans to build additional mixed-use retail and a 25,000 square foot event center. It's an additional approximately $60 million worth of investment in this area. This the safety and security issues that we're experiencing is requiring us to take a hard look at whether we should be investing further in this designated opportunity zone. And I think that's really important to know, because this is designated as an opportunity zone because the city wants us to invest in this area. And this is not good for business. It's not helping us. And I think that's important to take a look at. The site that the current shelter is sitting on used to be a hotel, and we believe that the land use currently is inconsistent with the surrounding businesses, and it would keep us from being able to do what we do over there as businesses.
You have 6.5 minutes.
So kind of reiterating where he left off in the aspect that the primary corridor this is right by the international airport, the Charlotte airport has been one of the biggest premiums where we've grown, we've added it, it's become on the international stage, definitely on the U.S. stage. We consistently get international guests. We're the primary first perspective of what people think Charlotte is. Because when guests are stuck here in a layover, flight cancellation, we're their number one opportunity to have somewhere safe to stay. And with that opportunity, they expect something in return. And that safety is what we're trying to provide our guests. And though safety hasn't been there of late, we've had, people trying to squat in stairwell dwellings. We've had car breakings for extended guests parking their cars to leave and come back. These consistent issues that we've had with homelessness in that area in general, if it continues, it'll have a great impact, like he stated, and will reduce the possibility of more investment in the area. Next to their 11 acres is another 20 acre of a hotelier trying to possibly build another hotel there and mixed use and restaurants. So that whole corridor will be impacted by this one small opportunity. That's kind of the main gist of the point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 5 minutes if you want it. You don't have to use it. Thank you very much. Major Mason and Mr. Wozniak, you have 2 minutes to rebut.
We certainly want to be a good neighbor no matter where we're located. I can't speak to who breaks in vehicles or who tries to squat. I can affirm that anyone who is in Booth Commons has been fully vetted. They've gone through our intake process, and they wouldn't have a need for anywhere else because they have a room in Booth Commons. So the residents that are there have been pre-approved through our system and have residence there until they are moved back out into affordable housing. We know that we are not going to continue, we're not going to shut our eyes to the challenges that we face in the community with homelessness issues. We're going to keep on the front lines doing what we can do to help make that possible. I do hope that a lot of these safety measures we are putting in place if the rezoning is approved will make a difference. And our hope that is, we certainly want people that stay with us and those who are around us to feel safe, and that is a commitment that we do make. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mayfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I will ask for the major to come back as well as for those who are speaking against to be close by. So just for clarification, and this question is for you, Major, currently the facility is being utilized.
Yes.
And what you're requesting is for rezoning to potentially be able to build out. Have you had conversations with the petitioners who are against this particular proposal to try to work out, try to address the concerns that they're having with as far as the customers that are coming in and the potential residents? Because I did hear you say that you have a screening, but somewhere between the two facilities, there's a potential opportunity. So have y'all been able to meet with each other, and have there been any conversations?
Yeah, after we learned about the rezoning request, we met with Councilmember Watlington, and then we took her on a tour of the facility after that. We also communicated with the Northwest Alliance and received a favorable response from them of support. In the 15 months we've been there, we've received no calls, emails, or notes of concern or questions that we were able to answer. We have not implemented a meeting with any of the hotel owners, nor have they with us. And so because we weren't required to have any public meetings, we didn't do that, other than we wanted to do our due diligence with the council member and the alliance.
That helps. Do you, by any chance, and this is a question you may or may not be able to answer, do you foresee, if this were to move forward, coming before council at a later date with an additional request financially to assist with the rehab that you're considering for this facility?
No, not for this facility.
And you mentioned that the residents may have an opportunity until they're able to find designated or specific housing, that they're able to stay there. Is there a window? Some places have 60 days, some have 90 days, or is it until they're able to find sustainable housing?
We really work with them case by case because they're all different. Some are simply trying to reconcile with family members who they are going to move back in with. Some are just truly have nowhere to go, so we're working with them to get them a housing voucher to move back out into affordable housing. So the length of stay could be anywhere from 1 month to 6 months. That's typically anywhere in between that time frame is how long they would be there. Booth Commons is strictly, though, for families. We house single individuals, veterans, and survivors of trafficking at Center of Hope.
I'd like to, one second, Ms. Hagler-Gray would like
I
to.
just want to caution us. I know that this is a conventional petition, so any of the uses available in B2 have to be considered. The petitioner, because it's not conditional, can't guarantee us anything. So asking these questions doesn't really guarantee anything because it's conventional.
Thank you, Ms. Hagel-Gray, for the reminder, but I do want clarification, and this is for those who were speaking against the petition, because I do want to have a chance to hear from you, since it was just mentioned that there has not been any outreach to the Salvation Army regarding some concerns regarding the safety of some of your customers and clientele. So I wanted to give you a moment to just respond quickly if you have reached out or attempted to reach out regarding some of the concerns that you said you have heard from potential customers or in the form of reviews as far as it being an unsafe space. Have you attempted to reach out and have not heard back?
So today I'm here representing myself. However, there is an alliance of hotel owners and businesses in the area that have come together, and they are working on a response and do plan to reach out. In the interest of time, we know the hearing was happening today, so we wanted to come speak on our behalf.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of the Salvation Army, and I thank you for hosting and give me a chance to learn a little bit more about your facility, and thank you for reaching out early on. So I'm glad to hear some of the things you've already mentioned about security, because as I look at the comments from the Freedom Division Advisory Council, those were some of the things they lifted up. So I wanted to share with you what they've noted here, and I appreciate you speaking to the number of incidents and what you've seen since you all have been there, because that is also an area of interest for them as well. This letter is being sent on behalf of the Freedom Division Advisory Council, Northwest Community Alliance, BLLC, and the owners, managers of hotels and other businesses within 300 feet of the proposed rezoning area. The FDAC and NCA are organized community groups who work closely with CMPD and the business communities to reduce crime and increase safety. Our goal is to improve the quality of life for those who live, work, and play in our communities. We support the mission and vision of the Salvation Army and understand the need to house families in transition. We are also concerned about the increase in crime and decrease in safety in this area. The location of this property is very close to the airport, and many visitors to the city rent rooms at nearby hotels. Based on data from CMPD, disorder-related calls for service and criminal incidents have increased when comparing both metrics before and after a shelter was established. We have attached a copy of the report for your review. Please include the following accommodations to the petitioners as part of the official approval for rezoning petition 2022-46 for Salvation Army of Greater Charlotte. 24/7 security guards or duty police officers on the property, security fencing all around the property, security cameras, proper lighting, no trespassing and loitering signs, community space for the residents that will be used for training, social events, etc. I know you've already spoken to a number of these, but just wanted to get your reactions to some of the bulleted items that were listed.
None of those are foreign to us. We currently have security there. We already have the quotes and actually the fence ordered, and the security cameras as well, all with funding sources already identified.
So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watlington. Ms. Johnson, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was excited to hear the presentation and look forward to supporting potentially. I think we need more transitional housing for homeless residents. And that's going to get people off the street. So kudos to Salvation Army and all of the organizations that provide transitional housing. I do have a question for the business owners. When you spoke about the CMPD calls, have any of those incidents been tied directly to tenants of the Salvation Army? Was that found? Do you know, or is that just a
I couldn't speak directly to that, but I'm sure we could get that information from CMPD.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. So, and then you also mentioned homeless in general. I kind of heard the homeless in general. There is a homeless issue here in Charlotte. And we're doing our best, you know, the city and county are doing our best to address that. And these types of transitional programs are needed. There aren't a lot of affordable housing options. So if there's any way that you all can work together, like Councilmember Watlington said, or we can address specific issues, we're happy to try to mitigate that. But these, I asked the residents of Charlotte to try to coexist with these types of organizations because it's the NIMBYism, or the not in my backyard syndrome, that makes it very hard for organizations. So.
And I agree with you. I think, and like I said when I started, we're not opposed to the Salvation Army. We have no animosity towards them, and we support everything that they're doing for the citizens of Charlotte. And I think what happens is, you know, I'm a child of immigrants. We came here with nothing. We know what it takes. And when we had nothing, I grew up, and you know, buying a Coke was a luxury. You know, right. So I've been there before. I grew up that way, so I know what that's like. And it also hurts us when we see our hard work kind of disappearing because of something outside of our control. So we're trying to protect our interests as well.
I understand that and I respect that. And so there has to be that balance.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that Salvation Army will, you know, work to increase their security, and if there's anything, again, that the city can do so that you all can coexist, because we really do need more transitional housing here in the city. Thank you.
I think one of the things to be noted, and I think one of the small primary concerns, is that this zoning change will open it up to where it's unconditional. They can do anything, and we kind of would like some elaboration on what they're going to do and have some conditions maybe in place to limit what they may or may not be able to do. I think the primary concern is we don't know anything could happen with the conditions being taken away. So they have a lot of land behind them as well, which is directly behind my property, the microtel to the right of the proposal. So I think the issue also there is, you know, elaboration on what's going to happen. Is there conditions that can be put in place to prevent certain things that could happen to solve a lot of the issues that are being raised?
Yeah, can I say something? Okay. So I would imagine the Salvation Army and any of the nonprofits or organizations know that they have to be good neighbors. So I just imagine that if you all met and kind of worked that out, they'd be happy to work with you. I imagine, or if you reach out to the city, Councilmember Watlington, perhaps you can coordinate a meeting, because it's important that these types of homes and neighbors and businesses coexist and collaborate to do what's best for the community. So I imagine that they will work with you directly. Salvation Army is a great organization.
And I hope that's the case. I really do, and that's what I want. And I think I forgot. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Todd. Todd made great mention of all the good work that they want to do and how they want to do that at that location. It just has not been our experience so far in the last 15 months, and that's what we want to address.
Well, come down and we can all sing Kumbaya. So I hope that you all can work together, okay? If you, yeah. Thank you.
I would just point out that the land use sticks to the parcel and not necessarily to the owner. True.
True.
Mr. Driggs, you're recognized.
Thank you. So certainly we are inclined to be supportive of the Salvation Army. Your mission aligns with a lot of our priorities, and I think you'll find that we're very positively disposed for that reason. At the same time, I do think some of the concerns that have been raised merit our attention, and I'm kind of interested because the characterization of the situation right now sounds very different. Major Mason, you talk about how your guests are vetted, and as if there is no reason why there should be a security issue. The protesters here are saying that there are, in fact. So I'm wondering how that comes about. I know from Moore Place in the old days that there could be an issue where friends and family and others related to the guests tend to congregate, and therefore the area has a community around it. Have you seen any of that?
Yes, and I was alluding earlier to the vetting process regarding the people that are in Booth Commons have been approved to be there. So I don't see why they would need to squat, the people that are in Booth Commons. Yes, we do have a lot of people in Booth Commons, so that brings a lot of families and friends that could potentially come onto the property, which is our primary reason for securing the premises. And so the security gate will hopefully alleviate some of that stress.
All right, so it's hard to keep it from happening, though. I mean, the people who are inside aren't prevented from going outside to meet with others that they know, right? I mean, it can still happen that there are gatherings. So I'm just thinking about how we can make this safe so that you can proceed without. And toward that end also, I would ask the staff if we could get from CMPD a record of service requests or of their impression of the security in that area, and try to get some data around that to get a feel for it. I also hope that we'll be able to strike a balance and have a security solution that might allow us to proceed. But I think that what we've been told by the opponents is of concern, particularly at that location near the airport. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ashmera?
Thank you. So I also echo my colleagues' comments here. We appreciate the work that Salvation Army does and provides transitional housing. It's certainly much needed in our community. But there are some concerns around safety and security, and what's being presented and what's actually in reality are two different stories, and that is concerning to me. I know that even Ms. Watlington read that letter that was very helpful from Northwest Coalition, and they've also raised some of the concerns that speakers have raised in their comments. I know one of the speakers had asked for conditions to this rezoning petition, but this is a conventional rezoning. And Ms. Hagler-Gray, correct me if I'm wrong, but you cannot have conditions with the conventional rezoning. So, and that's a concern for me because this is a conventional rezoning. We cannot discuss much in depth. Our hands are tied here. And that's a major concern for me about this rezoning. I would like to, as to some of my colleagues' points about CMPD data, I'd like to see what's in the report and what we can do to address safety measures. And there needs to be some sort of resolution before it's adopted next month. Because this certainly has been going on for 15 months, not just based on what speakers said, but also based on what Neighborhood Coalition have said. And that is certainly very concerning. So I hope we can address that, which has not been addressed in 15 months, maybe next 4 weeks. But certainly, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Bakari?
Thanks. Just two quick points. One, when you have facilities that do good work like this, but obviously do it with a very challenging, problem statement in front of them, it comes with a great deal of responsibility to ensure controls are in place that ensure that the impacts that bleed out into the neighborhood, which are guaranteed to occur, are managed. So I know your organization, and I know you guys do great work, but I think that's something that all of us are interested in understanding, especially as that mission grows, how that's going to be controlled, because we can ask CMPD for things, we can do extra patrols, we can do stuff like that, but at the end of the day, it's the control inside the structure of the program you have that achieves or does not achieve it. So I'll be interested to see what the follow-up is there. I think just a basic question, though. I understand the time-based and cost-based reasons and flexibility-based reasons someone would want a rezoning like this. Why not do a conditional rezoning, just given the sensitivity of all of this? What's the thought process?
We took the advice of the city when we purchased the hotel, and we were encouraged to have a pre-zonal hearing, and it transpired from there.
So that this is a city recommendation to do,
Excuse me?
This is a city recommendation?
When we meet, we recommend whether or not conditions could be imposed, given the conditions around the surrounding properties being all commercial, and the place type being commercial. We thought it was consistent with everything. Didn't see an immediate need for conditions, but certainly talking through this, it may be something that we need to explore, but at the time we did not.
Yeah, just given all of this stuff, I mean, there is nothing that these folks in opposition right now have said that isn't 100% fair in my mind.
And we had a similar petition, just the last one, that was very similar in nature as far as
and to the
providing
Mayor
similar
Pro Tem's
housing
point,
outcomes. So.
like this follows not the Salvation Army, this follows the land.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine a world where with everything going on out there, this doesn't warrant at least some. I don't want to jack up the timeline and the price. I understand we're trying to get more towards that world, but this is unique.
Yeah, certainly.
Ms. Watlington.
To that, I was going to ask the nature of the conditions, these things that are operational and not so much land use. And maybe this question is really for our attorney. If we were to do conditional on this, would the types of things that have been brought up be something that would be within reasonable, realm in terms of conditions, given that it's not necessarily land use, but it's operational?
Yeah, I'll defer to Dave, but I think that these are the kind of, some of the issues that have been raised are typically things you would see as conditional notes.
Yeah, they could be addressed as conditions.
Okay, cool. So then just as I look around the room, I'm seeing a couple of nods that might be your best bet at this point.
Yes.
Food for thought. That's all, thanks. Oh, and move to close.
Second.
We have a motion, and that's properly seconded. Any discussion about the motion? Hearing none. All in favor to close the public hearing, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you all very much, and we'll be in communication, I hope. I will move on to item number 29, rezoning petition 2022-045 by Dream Key Partners, approximately 16.43 acres located on the southwest intersection of Wheatley Avenue and Ellington Street, north of Billingsley Road, in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is O1 office and office conditional, as well as single-family residential R5. The proposed zoning is urban residential conditional, UR2 and UR1. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and future trail considerations. We do not have any opposition to this petition, so after Mr. Pettin's presentation, the petition will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-045, 16.5 acres on Wheatley Ave and Ellington Street. It's currently zoned O1, O1CD, and R5. Proposed zoning is UR2 and UR1 conditional. The adopted future place type is campus and neighborhood 1, just on that small portion there on Rodman Street. Proposal is to commit to sell or rent residential units at 80% AMI as specified below. We've got 3 different development areas. Development area A would be up to 160 multifamily units, as well as 80 age-restricted independent living units in a building with up to 2,000 square feet of general or medical office and up to 38 townhome-style attached units. Does request an option to exchange or convert allowed unit types. Max height would be 69 feet for multifamily buildings and 52 feet for single-family attached townhomes. Ordinance required parking standards would be met and provide a minimum of 4 EV parking spaces for the multifamily community. Will contain at least 10,000 square feet of improved open space, identified on the site plan as the Village Green, that's there in the middle. Proposed age-restricted building will also have an additional minimum of 1,000 square feet of improved open space. Attached dwellings will have 400 square feet of private open space per unit, or 10% of the site would be dedicated to usable common open space. No more than 6 units per building would be allowed for the townhome portion. Development area B would be up to 30 single-family detached units and duplexes. They would have a max height of 42 feet. And development area C would be 1 duplex at a max height of 42 feet. That's the small portion up there on Rodman. And it does also provide the following transportation provisions. Development area A and B from Wheatley Ave and Ellington Street would connect via new public street, which would be constructed through the site. And then townhomes along Ellington and Wheatley would have individual driveways. Townhomes along the extension of Wheatley will be rear-loaded with no individual driveways to Wheatley Avenue. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and future trail connections. It's both consistent and inconsistent, generally inconsistent with the campus recommendation. This would go to more of a neighborhood 2 outcome, but staff doesn't have any significant concerns with transition from that campus to a neighborhood 2 in this location. And we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several speakers in favor, including Mr. Keith McVeigh and Fred Dotson Jr., who are at the lectern.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. Jeff Brown of our firm and I are assisting Dream Key partners with this petition. With me tonight and available to answer questions is Fred Dotson, the COO for Dream Key Partners, as well as Sammy Jackson, Gerard Jones, Jennifer Duru, as well as Tiffany Capers with Crossroad Corporation. Dream Key Partners, in partnership with Mecklenburg County and Crossroads, have been working on this community, this mixed income community, since late 2020, and actually going back to 2019. There have been a number of meetings with the community to present the plans for the redevelopment of this site. I'll note highlight a couple. Meeting in early 2021, where there was concerns about a mixed age-restricted community that Dream Key Partners was building on Marvin Road. It was agreed at that time that the age-restricted community would be part of this mixed-income community, and the Marvin Road site would be built with family homes instead. Then there was an additional meeting on June 5th of 2021 in Indaba with the Billingsley neighborhood. These are pictures from that meeting. It was at the actual site where Dream Key Partners and their partners met with the communities to describe what would be happening on the site, the type of residential units, and how the site would be redeveloped. There's been an additional investment both from the federal government and Mecklenburg County in this community. We've also had 4 meetings with the Greer Heights representatives to talk specifically about the rezoning petition starting in August of this year. We had an in-person meeting and a virtual community meeting, and also additional follow-up meetings with the Greer Heights Community Improvement Organization. And conversations with the community are ongoing and will continue to be ongoing as this moves forward. Dave described the site to you, just over 16 acres, a variety of zoning. It is developed with an office building that is currently being used by the sheriffs, but a lot of it is also vacant. Place type, it is campus, but we feel substituting or replacing campus with neighborhood place type makes sense here. It makes a good transition to the other neighborhood 1 and neighborhood 2 place type that the site adjoins. It does meet 7 goals of the 2040 plan, as Dave has pointed out in the staff analysis. And then just specifically to the site plan, we do have a variety of residential types. Townhomes and single family will be for sale. There'll be apartments, family units that will be for rent along Wheatley, and then a senior facility also for rent with units for rent there, and as well as a 2,000 square foot medical facility that will be integrated into the senior facility itself. We are working with the county to provide a trail system and make a connection from this site to the Billingsley Road Park. Be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. Council members, Mr. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So, Mr. McVeigh, you have what I'm seeing in here in the proposed request details is to request an option to exchange or convert allowed unit types within this development area so long as the total number of allowed units is not increased. So from the proposal and based on what we're seeing with the need in the community, do we have an idea if that could possibly lead more rental versus ownership? Because I'm concerned that that line is even in there to give a little leeway.
No, a good question. We added that to provide Dream Key Partners a little bit of flexibility on the unit types, since we were very specific about up to 30 single family, up to 38 townhomes and so forth. So we wanted some ability in case there was more need for townhomes or more need for single family that you could borrow from the apartments. If the apartments needed to grow by 1 or 2 units, then you could go the other way. But I'll let Fred maybe address it. It's, again, more flexibility. I think this is the program, but just wanted a little bit of ability to modify the plan as it went further along. Fred, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Keith, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and to the council members. We developed this design based upon feedback from Mecklenburg County. They submitted an RFP where they asked for multi-generational, affordable housing of both for sale and rental homes. So that was the basis of this plan that we have before you, but we're not at the stage now where we have engineered drawings. There may be site-related issues that may require us to make some changes to some of the units, but hopefully that this is very close to the final, but we have a long way to go.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have had interactions with several constituents in Greer Heights, and as well as you all, and had conversations around this project. I would like to convey that the constituents in Greer Heights look and view Dream Key Partners as a dear partner in the community. So they like the involvement that they have with you. One of the major pushbacks that I'm hearing about this effort is the restricted age facility for seniors. And there is a feeling in the community, a sense that they have had age-restricted living developed over the last several years in that community, and that they have capacity for housing for restricted age seniors. They want to have flexibility, as we just discussed for the other housing types, to maybe flex down the number of units for the age-restricted living facility. I see you have the language here that says up to 80, but can you expound and add some color around what your plans are for the age-restricted facility?
I think that the one thing that is important for us to emphasize is that when we first started working in this neighborhood and first started having conversations up to 3 years ago, we pledged to listen to the neighborhood, and we've done that, and this is a result of those conversations, but we're not done listening. We think that there's a tremendous need for age-restricted housing. Even in our own portfolio, we did a survey and we found that there's almost 800 people on the waiting list for our senior communities. So there's a tremendous need for senior housing. Greer Heights is a very young neighborhood demographically, and so we understand where that concern comes from. But I think even in that neighborhood, there's a need for additional senior housing. But we will continue to talk to the people and get their feedback and continue to refine our plan.
Thank you. I think, of course, we've had conversations, myself and all of you. I think it would be great as we continue through this process to circle the wagons with some of the key constituents so they can hear what your plans are and come to a common ground. Thank
Be
you.
happy to do that. Thank you.
Motion to close, Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. That's properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We are moving on to petition, item number 30. Petition number 2021-275 by Abacus Acquisitions LLC for approximately 7.54 acres located on the west side of Grimes Street, north side of Franklin Avenue, the east side of North Graham Street, and south side of West 28th Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is I-2 General Industrial and R5 Single Family Residential. Proposed zoning is MUD CD Mixed Use Development Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. We have no opposition to this, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Approximately 7.54 acres on the west side of Grimes Street, north side of Franklin, and east side of North Graham, south side of West 28th Street. There you see the site is currently zoned I-2 and R5. The R5 is basically the southern corner of the site. Proposed zoning is MUD CD Mixed Use Development District Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood center for basically the northwestern portion of the site and neighborhood 1 for this southeast part of the site. The proposal would be for up to 370 multifamily units, up to 31 townhome units at a height of 65 feet for the multifamily and 40 feet for the townhomes. It constructs a 12-foot multi-use path and a 8-foot planting strip, that should read planting strip along the site's frontage of Grand Street, and an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along all the other public street frontages, as well as both sides of the proposed Bancroft Street extension. It does construct that extension of Bancroft Street, installs a left-hand turn lane westbound approach on West 28th Street at Graham with 150 feet of storage. It upgrades the crossings and ramps at the northeast and southeast quadrants of Graham and 28th Street. Class C 31.5-foot buffer with either a berm or a fence adjacent to the 2 single-family homes at the southern corner of the site. Provides amenity space, which may include a various number of amenities, architectural details for both, and provides architectural details for both the multifamily and townhome development. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues related to transportation items. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood activity center for the northwest part of the site. It is inconsistent with that neighborhood 1 place type for the southeast half of the site. Staff does feel that it provides housing options to the area. It provides a compatible and appropriate development adjacent to the existing single-family neighborhood on Grand Street and Franklin and Bancroft. Commits to enhanced building design and features, and provides the multi-use path and sidewalks along the frontages. Petition could facilitate goals 1, 2, 5, and 6 of the comprehensive 2040 plan.
Move to cut property taxes by 20%.
He's making a joke about the dais. Just for everybody out there, council
They have to vote
rules.
yes if they're not here.
It's like a Panthers crowd. Yes, even though they're not here, so we
Robert's
still have a
rules, I'm
quorum
sorry.
of 9.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown, on behalf of the petitioner, I will expedite as we've got a long agenda. As John has mentioned, I'll just include a couple photos. This is a site that has not been a contributor to the neighborhood for many years. I think there's kind of welcome seeing something new here. One of the points I want to reiterate is this current industrial use had really cut off the neighborhood. And so one of the very positives about this petition will be the restoration of the traditional street network, Bancroft coming through the site, bringing in residential uses, as John mentioned, kind of feathering around the edges, townhome style units to transition to the neighborhood. So that said, happy to take questions.
Any questions from the council?
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. Unanimous, 9-0. Move on to agenda item number 31, rezoning petition 2021-279 by Crescent Communities. It's approximately 61 acres located west of Dixie River Road and south of Sadler Road in the River District. This is located in the ETJ in County Commission District 3, closest to City Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential, Lower Lake Wiley protected area, and the proposed zoning is MX2, innovative, mixed-use innovative, Lower Lake Wiley protected area. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, the environment, and site and building design. Well, we do not have any speakers against, so after staff's presentation, Ms. Grant, you will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is approximately 61.01 acres on the west side of Dixie River Road, south of Sadler Road in the River District. Site is currently vacant and zoned R3, single-family residential, and the proposed zoning would be MX2, innovative. Not going to read all that out, but it's basically mixed-use, innovative, and a stormwater protected area. The 2040 policy map recommends community activity center for the site and the surrounding area. Up to 488 residential units, 150 of which may be single-family detached at a density of 8 DUA. It provides lot standards and innovative provisions for those single-family detached homes with a lot size of 2,500 square feet, minimum lot width of 30 feet, and building coverage of 70%. Lot standards and innovative provisions for the single-family attached, which include a lot size of 1,700 square feet, width of 15 feet, and building width of 75 feet. Maximum of 5 units per building for the single-family attached units that front public or private streets. Porches and stoops for all, and blank wall limitations for all corner and end units. And commits to a number of transportation improvements, including ramps at West Boulevard and I-45, which would install a traffic signal and restriping. The Dixie River Road access A, right in, right out access with a median on Dixie River. At Dixie River and access B, there would be a northbound left turn lane, and at Sadler Road and access C, a full movement access. It would implement the Dixie River Road approved cross-section to include 2 10-foot travel lanes and 5-foot on-street parking, curb and gutter, 8-foot planting strips, 6-foot buffer bike lane, and 8-foot sidewalk, and reserves a minimum of 15% of the site for passive open space and 5% for active open space. The staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for community activity center place type for the site. I'll take any questions after Ms. Grant's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Grant. You have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the Zoning Committee. My name is Bridget Grant. I'm a land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight representing Crescent Communities on the rezoning of this piece of property. As you may recall, Jeff Brown and I worked on this rezoning several years ago, and it's part of and adjacent to the overall River District. This is really just an extension of that overall vision and plan. Given we have no opposition, had positive community meeting and positive staff support, and the number of cases you have on your agenda, I'm happy to take any questions.
Ms. Mayfield.
No questions. I just want to say thank you, and I'm actually excited that we're finally moving forward, because this was, I believe, the first big project that I worked on back in 2012, 13. So I'm glad to see that some movement is happening. Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion to close has been made and properly seconded. Any discussion of the motion? Hearing none. All in favor, raise your hand. That vote is once again unanimous. We'll move on. We'll move on to item number 32, petition 2022-013 by Charles T. Carpenter, approximately 0.664 acres located on the north side of Joyce Drive, west of Milton Avenue, and south of the Plaza in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is R4 single-family residential. and B1 neighborhood business. The proposed zoning is B2 general business conditional. The staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. There is no opposition, so after staff's presentation, petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-013, it's 0.664 acres on Joyce Drive, west of Milton Avenue, south of the plaza. It's currently zoned R4 and B1, and the proposed zoning is for B2 conditional. The adopted place type in this area is for neighborhood center. You can see some neighborhood 2 as well as neighborhood 1 in the area as well. Proposal is to allow a parking area with 18 spaces to serve an existing auto repair facility. The parking there would be on plan left. There's, like I said, 18 spaces in that area. They would also provide a Class B buffer along a portion of the property lines that abut existing single-family home and an existing daycare facility. The home is to the rear, daycare is to the left. The buffer width may be reduced 25% with provision of a wall or a fence. Also notes that no changes are intended for the existing building or the existing parking in front of it. So mainly this rezoning focuses on, while it includes both parcels, it mainly focuses on improvements to the left side where those new parking spaces would be. Any additions or redevelopment of the existing building or existing parking would require compliance with all standards of the B2 district. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. I have some outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design to resolve. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood center place type. I will say the neighborhood center does allow a smaller auto repair type facility. However, some of the conditions that would need to be met in order for that to be consistent with the neighborhood center, because this is an existing business, it would have to basically start over and kind of rebuild to some of those standards. So staff doesn't have major concerns with it being inconsistent with the place type. It would take it to commercial versus neighborhood center, but just to get an idea, at a facility like this could be constructed if some additional standards would be met for new construction. But again, knowing this is an existing building, we're really trying to resolve the parking issue. Staff didn't have any significant concerns and does support the petition moving forward. So with that, we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Garber, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Maria Fernanda Garber. I am here from Henson Foley, a civil engineering firm, campaigning for Charles T. Carpenter. The purpose of this rezoning is to propose a new parking to serve the existing auto repair facility and associated parking lot. Existing zoning B1 R2, R4, proposed zoning B2CD with conditional notes to propose a minimum of 22-foot Class B buffer. In this case, is the total area is 0.664 acres. That will be a 27 feet buffer width, reduces to 20.25 foot with fence. No change for the existing building or existing parking. Any additions of the development of the existing building or existing parking will be required to compliance with all the standards of the B2 district. Conditional notes the petitioner commit to construct an 8-foot planting strip and 5-foot planting sidewalk along Joyce Drive, with 28 right away from the central line from Joyce Road. I think that's all. If you have any questions, we'll be here and the team will be there to help you out if you have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, any questions from Ms. Mayfield?
Move to close the hearing.
Second.
Motion's been made to close the public hearing. Any comments? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 33, rezoning petition 2022-016 by Vision Properties, approximately 25.9 acres located on the east and west side of Carmel Commons Boulevard and east side of Carmel Road, south of Pineville Matthews Road in Council District 7, Mr. Driggs District. The current zoning is O1 office, and the proposed zoning is MUD-O, mixed-use development district with an option. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design and technical revisions related to site and building design and land use. There is opposition to this, so after the staff presentation, petitioner, led by Mr. Brown, will have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. 25.91 acres on the east side and west side of Carmel Commons, east side of Carmel Road and south of Pineville Matthews Road. Site's currently developed with 3 existing office buildings that are zoned O1, and proposed zoning would be MUD O, mixed use development optional. The 2040 policy map recommends community activity center place type for the site. The proposal would divide the site up into 3 development areas. You have development area A, which would be for 282,483 square feet of existing office space, 10,000 square feet of medical office, and 4,700 square feet of retail. And the drive-through use would be limited to 4,700 square foot building. So that's basically the northern section of the site. Area B would be for up to 360 multifamily dwelling units. That's the southeast corner of the site. And Area C up to 74,517 square feet of existing office, 10,000 square feet of retail, or 360 multifamily units, resulting in a total possible of 720 dwelling units on the site. So that development area C would be the southwest corner of the site. The optional provisions, or sorry, let me just quickly touch base on the prohibited uses would be car washes, gas stations, convenience stores, and single-story self-storage facilities, maximum height of 85 feet. There are some optional provisions to allow the existing buildings to remain, to allow parking between those buildings and streets, and also in between new buildings and the streets at specific locations. Also an optional provision to allow 1 drive-through use and streetscape deviations to preserve existing trees near the road frontages, and then an optional provision for signage for the existing tenants. Access would be from a new street that would be constructed per the rezoning, basically for the Publix north of the site. So that's the dotted line just to the north, kind of off of the site plan. They would be tying into the access, thank you, Colin. They would also be constructing a east-west street, utilizing some of the existing driveways and movements through the site to the eastern property line. Then also provides additional transportation improvements around the site at different intersections. It constructs a buffered bike lane, a buffered bike lane and planting strip on Carmel Commons Boulevard, or Carmel Road, and then an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk on Carmel Commons. There's architectural standards, and if a structured parking deck is constructed, Area B, it would be fully wrapped. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of the outstanding issues related to site and building design, technical revisions to site and building design and land use. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for Community Activity Center, and I'll take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Several speakers in favor. I'll let Mr. Brown divvy it up.
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. Again, I'll try to expedite because of your agenda tonight. In a nutshell, this is an aging office development, really functionally obsolete, but in a mixed-use center. So looking at redeveloping those, providing housing, really meets kind of all the visions of your 2040 plan, bringing new housing into the area, walkable. Last year, we approved on the adjacent parcel, one of those old offices going away and becoming a Publix. So I think this is exciting to bring some residential into the area, replace some of these old buildings, and have a real legitimate mixed-use walkable center here. To fast forward to what's interesting tonight, I think you'll hear from the opposition. I'm going to move quickly. My understanding, I think Mr. Ken Davies' attorney is here on behalf of the owners of this office condominium at this location. And the issue is there's a connection between the two sites. Here it is. So they have a private drive that runs between Pineville Matthews or 51 to our center. So that is a look at it. This is a look at it from Google Street, so you can see it as a pretty substantial driveway. My understanding, I'll let Mr. Davies articulate that, is the adjacent owners are concerned about traffic through their development. We certainly understand that. We're open to ways to solve it. I think it's fine with us if we don't want to have that connection at all and the city's okay with it. That's fine with us. So I'll just say this is a great development overall. We understand the neighbors' concern about the connection, and we are happy to accommodate it as long as we can figure out a way that's workable with the city to accommodate it. So we'll continue working with the adjacent owners, city staff, and Councilmember Driggs going forward, and happy to turn it over to Mr. Davies.
Thank you very much. You have 8 minutes for anybody else, but good. All right, well, Mr. Kenneth Davies, you have 10 minutes to speak in opposition.
Good late evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, members of the Zoning Committee, Ms. Teree Hagler-Gray. Pleased to be here. My name is Ken Davies, and I represent, as Mr. Brown indicated, I represent the Carmel South Professional Center Condominium Association. That's a mouthful. And with me is Mr. Tom Whiting. He's president of the association. That property is about 7 acres. Consists of 8 buildings with 25 commercial condominiums, housing commercial, educational, professional, health, and legal services. The important point is it fronts on Pineville Matthews Road, and therefore is, because of an old private access easement, is a ready means to get from the rezoning property subject to the rezoning, to Pineville Matthews Road. I had a conversation with Mr. Brown before the meeting. I think we have a tentative agreement to close that access point, provided we can get the blessing of the CDOT. And so that would resolve our sole issue. We can fully support this project if we can just close that access easement, because what is anticipated is the 360 residential units in Section B of the rezoning property would easily use that and to access the property over my client's property, which they are maintaining solely on their behalf, insurance and taxes, and it's an unfair burden to put on them. And I think that, frankly, the petitioner agrees. I'll keep it very brief. This is a very old, 2001, I don't know if you think that's very old, access easement that was put on privately, and it's entirely private. And so it services the rezoning, the property to be rezoned if it's rezoned, and they certainly have the right to waive that access if they wish. So we'll work together, try to get that done before the vote, and hopefully we'll all be here supporting 100% this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, that's all. I'll just point out, as John mentioned, our development is building a new street network. Our properties will have plenty of access out to the public streets. We do feel like the connection benefits the condo owners, but if they don't want it and it's okay with the city, so we'll find a way forward over the next month. Thank you.
And one thing I forgot to say is there's a safety issue with all that extra traffic coming through, because there's kids in there at educational.
We can't have a rebuttal, sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Strix?
Yeah. So a couple of questions for clarification for the staff. It says the vehicle trip generation in the existing use is 12,000 based on 137,000 square feet of office. The entitlement is 2660 based on 259,000 square feet of office. How does that work?
I can defer that question to CDOT staff if you want.
I think that the net difference is around 4760. So we did. There may be a typo in the staff report, but we did do a traffic study for the development. It did trip our thresholds, and we went through that process with the developer.
All right. So if it's a typo, that's fine. The option A and option B you refer to, is that related to whether or not you end up with the additional 360 residential units? There were 2 possibilities. Is that what option A and option B is?
Correct.
And also, what is the acreage of the each of the development areas?
We don't have that exact breakdown of the development areas. I don't know if the petitioner does, but we could certainly get that to you and follow up if the petitioner doesn't have it handy.
And last question, do we have an idea of what the actual traffic generation is there? I'm not sure all those buildings are currently in use, are they, that are in there?
I don't believe that we did existing counts for the existing units, but for the traffic study, we really focused on what the additional would be from what's actually built. So it was assuming that they were full, and then we studied the additional traffic on top of that.
But is at least one of the buildings not actually currently in use? Is that accurate?
The Publix building had been completely vacant. I'm not sure if any of these are completely vacant.
All right, we can talk about that some more. I just want to make sure we have a handle on how much traffic compared to the actual today we're likely to see from this. But otherwise, appreciate the presentation. We're fine.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. While CDOT is at the podium, I wanted to know if you could elaborate on why the easement is being recommended by staff.
So that's an existing cross-access easement. That wasn't a CDOT requirement. And based on it being a private drive connection, we have no issues with removing that connection. As part of the traffic study, they are proposing a traffic signal at Bannington, and so that gives access out the southeast side of the development and up towards 51 to the north. So that connection really.
Okay. Thank you. Move to close.
Move to close.
Second.
I would just make one comment myself. I see that there is one drive-through, and I know that it sounds like you guys are putting a lot of housing close to, as you mentioned, Mr. Brown, a very highly amenitized area. So if we are trying to, in this area, this whole corridor of Pineview Matthews Road is changing at different nodes. So I would just wonder if we are kind of fighting two different battles with that plan of putting more dense housing next to auto-centric uses. Maybe we can have a conversation about that.
Something for everyone, Mr. Winston.
Yeah.
We think our residents will walk there also.
Absolutely. Thank you. With that, I think I'll entertain a motion to close.
We've made one and seconded it. Oh, God.
Any discussion?
Take a vote.
All in favor?
All right, there you go.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Item number 34, we'll move on to item number 34, petition number 2022-018 by MCRT SFR Investments LLC. This is approximately 77.2 acres located south of Johnson Ola Road, east of Prosperity Church Road, and west of Mallet Creek Road in Council District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is R3 Single Family Residential, and the proposed zoning is MX2 Mixed Use. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. We have no speakers in opposition, so after Mr. Pettin's presentation, we'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-018, 72.2 acres, as mentioned at the end of Johnson Naylor Private Drive, also connection down there to the existing single-family proposed down there off Ernest Russell Court. It's currently zoned R3, and the proposed zoning is for MX2. And the adopted place type from the policy map does recommend neighborhood 1 for this site. You can see campus and parks and preserve and the community activity center just off to the northeast there. The proposal is to allow up to 268 townhome units. That would come in at about 3.7 dwelling units per acre, so relatively low in terms of density. Does convert that private drive of Johnson Naylor into an improved public street from the boundary of the site up to the intersection with the main Johnson Naylor Road. Does provide a 10-foot multi-use path, a 6-foot sidewalk, and 8-foot planting strip along that drive as well. Access to the site would be provided both there and to a connection to Oak Street. That's the bottom corner where you see the red arrow that kind of pointing there to Ernest Russell Court. Does provide a stub for future connection in the northern part of the site. That's there at the top left corner. provides also transportation improvements on Mallard Creek Road and Johnson Ayler Road, including pedestrian signals, improved curb ramps, and flashing beacons. 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk would be provided along all public roads within the site. 50-foot Class C buffer would be around the whole perimeter, and also common open space that includes potential amenities such as dog parks, seating areas, play areas, and other amenities that encourage outdoor gathering. This project is also in very close proximity to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec facilities, so also has some built-in amenities through that relationship there from the land use perspective. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood 1, but at a 3.7 kind of dwelling units per acre density, and providing some of the additional housing type in the area for some single family attached. Staff didn't have any significant concerns, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Ms. Grant, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Bridget Grant, land use consultant with Moore & Van Allen. Pleased to be here tonight on behalf of Mill Creek Residential and Willie Morris. We also have with us Timmons Design Group and Katie Bradley. Staff did a great job on the presentation, so I'm just going to show you our colored rendering. One of the biggest assets of this plan is that we're turning a private street into a public street, providing direct connectivity between not only the residents that are being developed, but also some of the existing residential neighborhoods that provide walkability through sidewalks and bike paths directly to the schools and the parks in the area. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the council? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. This is for staff, page 5 in this packet. There are some petition numbers and the statuses. Again, if I could get the number of trips for those 2 petitions. And can you tell me how close those are in proximity to this petition?
They don't appear to be very far. 2020-088 and 061 were adjacent to one another just on Prosperity Church, so really just separated by 3 large parcels to the east, maybe within a mile of the site.
Okay. Excuse me. Yeah, again, I know that there's quite a bit of multifamily development in that area. I've heard from the residents. So if I could get a more cumulative view of the impact on this area. So if I could have the traffic numbers for all 3 of these petitions, that would be great.
Okay. Is that Ms.?
That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Driggs?
Just a quick question. That density of 4 looks remarkably low in this day and age. How much of this land is actually usable? Is there a topography or some issue that makes it not all usable?
There's a Duke easement through the center of the site. So if you look at the green swath directly across the center, that's a Duke easement that we can't build in.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments from council members? Hearing none.
Move to close.
Second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Unanimous decision to close the public hearing. We will move to item number 35, rezoning petition 2022-026 by Cross Commercial Real Estate Group. The location is approximately 3.15 acres in the southeastern corner of the intersection of Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is R3, single-family residential, Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area, and the proposed zoning is NS Neighborhood Services, Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form, so therefore, after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-026. It's just over 3 acres off Steel Creek Road and Shopton Road West. It is currently zoned R3, has a Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area overlay on the property, and the proposed zoning is for neighborhood services, or NS, also maintaining the Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area overlay. The adopted place type would be neighborhood 1 for this property. You can see commercial and community activity center surrounding it on the other corners. So the proposal for this petition is up to 25,000 square feet of neighborhood service uses, limited to financial services, pharmacy, office, medical office, daycare, and eating and drinking, and entertainment establishments with drive-through would require CDOT and NCDOT approval of the stacking analysis to allow a drive-through facility that would occur in permitting. Does commit to a Class C buffer where adjacent to properties that are residentially zoned or developed, limits building height to 45 feet. There are some transportation improvements that have been committed to, and that would be dedication of 60-foot right-of-way from the center line of Steel Creek Road and then 65 feet from the center line of Shopton Road West. Would implement an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along the Shopton Road West frontage, and then an 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along Steel Creek Road. Or a pay in lieu if approved by CDOT. Construction of an eastbound right turn lane with 100 feet of storage at access point on Shopton Road West. Also, construction of a southbound right turn lane with 100 feet of storage at access point on Steel Creek Road. Extension of the median on Steel Creek Road to 100 feet past the proposed driveway radius. And then also construction of a bus waiting pad on Steel Creek Road to be coordinated with CATS in permitting. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of this petition in current form. We would like to see the removal of the EDEE with drive-through in this particular location. It is inconsistent with the 2040 policy map for neighborhood 1. This would take this to more of a commercial place type. So just wanted to note that as well, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Jeff Mangus here to speak for the petitioner. You have 10 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Jeff Mangus, Acro Development Services, here to present. I guess the first thing that I'll say is we work with staff on this specific case and still willing to work with them. So we will remove, as requested, the drive-through associated with the EDEE. So that is, we've agreed to do that at this point. Also just want to reference that we have been working with the neighbors, and I believe approximately 75% have been contacted or in agreement with what we're proposing here. I think it's kind of an extension of what's naturally happening in the area with a lot of commercial development that's occurring. This specific parcel is currently residential, and I think the homeowner is trying to figure out the highest and best use of what's there today and what they can do. And so it's naturally migrating to more of a transition area between the commercial that's happening across the street and to the north, and it's kind of a transition into the residential that's surrounding them. So with that, here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the council for the staff or the petitioner?
Second.
We have a motion that's been properly seconded. Any discussion on it? Hearing none. All in favor? Raise your hand. Thank you. That closes the public hearing. We'll move on to item number 36, rezoning petition 2022-030 by Lastamil Didic. Approximately 0.36 acres located on the southeast intersection of Matheson Avenue and Pinckney Avenue, west of Clemson Avenue in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. Current zoning is R5 single-family residential, and the proposed zoning is UR1 CD urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. I do not have any speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, we'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. This is 0.36 acres at the southeast of the intersection of Matheson Avenue and Pinckney Avenue, west of Clemson Avenue. The site is currently zoned R5, and the proposed zoning is UR1 conditional, or urban residential conditional. Policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type for the site. The proposal would be to allow a 2,474 square foot single-family detached residential home and 2 attached single-family residential units, each containing 1,224 square feet. Access would be onto Pinckney Avenue, including a shared access path to be shared by the attached residential units. And it would provide a 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Matheson and Pinckney Avenue. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation and site and building design. The petition is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for neighborhood 1 place type for the site. And I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. We have 3 speakers for. It seems like Ms. Garber will be handling it.
Yeah. I think, oh yeah. So, good evening. This is rezoning 20-2030. And the purpose of this rezoning is to propose one single-family detached unit and one duplex or two townhomes on approximately 0.358 acre. Existing zoning is R5, proposed zoning UR1CB. And that's the location between Matheson Avenue, the corner in Matheson Avenue and Picnic Avenue. I'm showing right now the elevation plans for the single-family house. Total height of the building is from the ground to the top of the roof will be 28 feet. From the ground to the soffit will be 21 feet. This is the single-family house. For the townhomes, is the same height of the building, 28 feet, from the ground to the top of the roof, and from the ground to the soffit will be 21 feet. This is one of the examples that I want to show you, one of the finished house that my client, Vlastimil, has done. He is going to be like really similar to this one, single family house. And I want to show you these three examples of houses, existing houses, that is in Matheson Avenue, that it will be fit with a similar design from the petitioner. And these ones that goes in Matheson Avenue, that it will be like similar to the design that my client wants to do. And that's it. If you have any questions, we'll be here to answer. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from the council?
Motion to close?
Second.
Motion has been made and properly second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing, raise your hand. Thank you. That is unanimous. We will move on to item number 37.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rezoning petition 2022-040 by FRH Realty LLC, approximately 3.58 acres located on the east side of North Tryon Street, west of Matheson Avenue, and north of Brevard Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is I2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is MUD CD Mixed Use Development Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. We have no speakers against, so after staff presentation, petition will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is approximately 3.58 acres on the east side of North Tryon Street, west of Matheson Avenue, and north of North Brevard Street. Site is currently zoned general industrial with industrial uses on it currently, and the proposed zoning would be MUD CD, Mixed Use Development Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends innovation mixed use for the site. The proposal would be for up to 350 multifamily residential units in a single building at a maximum of 75 feet in height, with 2 points of access on North Tryon Street, including an ingress and egress via an existing 20-foot non-exclusive Southern Railroad access easement. It includes transportation improvements, an 8-foot sidewalk and an 8-foot planting strip along North Tryon Street, and maintains existing bike lanes, commits to architectural standards, and provides open space located in interior courtyards. And now, next slide, please. Recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for innovation and mixed use place type. And I'll take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Several speakers, but you've got it for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioners. This and the next petition are almost mirror images of each other. They are absolutely right next to each other, and I think it's a continuation of what we're seeing on the North Tryon corridor. So as John mentioned, and the next one you'll hear is right next door. As John mentioned, this is conversion of these heavy industrial uses into residential, providing us more housing in good proximity to uptown and transit. Happy to answer any questions you have. I think we're supported by the plan and happy to have staff support.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the council?
Move to close.
Second. I have a motion to close the public hearing. It's been properly seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, raise your hands. Unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 38, rezoning petition 2022-044 by 2130 North Tryon Street, LLC, approximately 3.67 acres located on the east side of North Tryon Street, west of Matheson Avenue, and north of North Brevard Street in Council District 1, Ms. Anderson's district. The current zoning is I-2 General Industrial, and the proposed zoning is MUD CD Mixed Use Development Conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. We have no speakers in opposition to this one as well, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
Okay, this one is 3.67 acres on the east side of North Tryon, west of Matheson Avenue, north of North Tryon. It's just south of the one we just spoke about. Current zoning is I2 General Industrial, and with the industrial uses currently on the site, and proposing MUD Mixed Use Development Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends Innovation Mixed Use Place Type for the site. It allows up to 367 multifamily residential units and a maximum height of 75 feet, provides architectural standards for the building, proposes transportation improvements with 2 access points on North Tryon, 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along North Tryon Street, maintains the existing bike lanes, and constructs a right-hand turn lane with 100 feet of storage and appropriate taper on North Tryon Street at the proposed access points per NCDOT requirements. Staff recommends approval of the petition with resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, environment, and site and building design. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for innovation mixed-use place type. I'll take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown again. Again, almost mirror image to the just kind of fortuitously happened. These two petitions came together. There's some positives. The development teams are coordinating, helping with some infrastructure improvements along the frontage. So again, happy to have staff support and to continue seeing this area transition from heavy industrial.
Any questions, Ms. Anderson?
Just have a comment or observation for the record. I'm looking at the previous petition and this one, and the impact to the school utilizations are the exact same numbers.
I expect that's right. They're each about 350. One's maybe 12 more units.
Okay. It'd be interesting to look at this in aggregate to see how all of this development is impacting school utilization, because these are effectively a mirror image of one another. And so you have schools in this area that are already over 100% that will be bumped up to 110, 120% utilization. So it's just something that we need to think about as we move forward. Motion to close.
Ms. Johnson.
That's a very logical observation. I know it's a cumulative impact. That's where we go. It's, yeah. Yes. I was wondering, since they're right beside each other, I wanted to know the number of trips. I see the number of trips for the previous one was 1625. I'm trying to see the number of trips for this one. What is it?
I don't know if CDOT's got their memo handy. I don't think I have it in the slides.
It's a 1760. It's on page 6.
Page 6.
So 1760 for this one was a traffic impact study ordered. So 1760, now this is right in front of our eyes, council members. This is 1760. The one previous is 1600. We know that that totals more than 2,500. However, there was no traffic impact study that was ordered. So the developer's not required to do one, yet the residents will feel the impact. And this happens every month, constantly. So, yeah, I just need to make sure we all see that. So that goes in line with what you were saying, Councilmember Anderson, with the schools. We don't take a look at that. And it's very sad, and it's the reality for our residents. So that's all. And yeah.
Okay. Is that a question?
And they're beside, no,
Okay.
it's an observation. And are these the same petitioners?
No, they're not. They're two different development teams. And so it is an increased number of units. And you're right, because they're separate. A traffic study was not required, and happy to have CDOT weigh in. I think this is an area where we do have actually some very robust infrastructure, and we see a lot of improvements on the way. So if In a lot of times in areas like that, there's not much more that the CDOTs would ask for.
Well, I know that the planning staff, there were two in District 4 that were right beside each other, and the staff realized that I would want to see a traffic study. So I don't know if we can do that with this to require it, or if there's something that the city staff can do just strategically for the residents of the city.
I will just say, Ms. Johnson, I've also noticed the questions you've been asking. I've asked staff to take a look at if there's more that they can do with that summary of the petitions to see if we can get, if there are past traffic counts done with those, if we can get that in the report, as well as seeing if there is any simple way to look at the distance of the surrounding rezoning petitions using the GIS data to see if that can be easily dropped in the package moving forward. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I thought we had a presentation when the 2040, when we were getting the presentations for the plan, I thought we were going to start tracking the cumulative impact. That was presented.
I believe that was part of the strategic mobility plan as that continues to be implemented. I don't remember the actual.
Well, they changed the requirement for the study, right? And they had a new system, a new metric they were going to use, which technically, I suppose, since we adopted that plan, is effective. So question for staff, are you using the new traffic metrics, or are you using the old 2,500 trip test for the study?
So currently, we're still under the old ordinance with the 2,500 threshold. As you know, that will be changing with the CTR and the new UDO, and we will be doing expanded reviews of petitions like this that include the multimodal study, transportation demand management, which can have a significant impact when you look at the cumulative impacts. And the threshold will be lower for the traffic study guidelines. So
and that would be for by right as well as
for by right.
By right, exactly. Yeah, but that's just not, because we adopted the plan, but it isn't an ordinance yet. Is that the point? So we need to have an effective ordinance for that to be. Yeah. Okay.
So June 1st. Yep.
That's it.
Ms. Watlington.
Assistant City Manager Babson, I would just like to go ahead and formally request that we get that back sooner than June 6th. So if we could add that to an agenda in the next month or so to see where we are with that and what's left to turn that into ordinance, that'd be great. Since we know it's a open item and I don't necessarily see that it's tied directly to anything else we are waiting to trigger with the UDO, would love to see it.
Just to clarify, when you adopted the Unified Development Ordinance, you also adopted the Comprehensive Transportation Review Guidelines. And so those go into effect with the new UDO.
Right. I'd like to see what it would take to bring that into effect earlier, the CTR portion of it.
Okay.
So when that becomes effective, the threshold will be lower, and that would trigger a traffic study.
Or we are talking about a transportation plan, a transition plan. We've talked about that. So maybe make that a part of the transition plan. Or it's up to the council members to support or not. I mean, because our residents are saying this. We know this. We see this. It's in black and white. So it's up to us to.
So we have, just to clarify, council has made those changes where they're on track to be implemented as part of the timelines that we have for all of our updates to our development ordinances. Ms. Watlington has asked to see if there's any way to quicken that process up. Staff will get back to us and we'll see if that's a possibility or not, what goes along with that.
Yeah.
Sound good?
But it does, and if we raise the bar, I mean, perhaps developers will start to present those options and be willing to invest into the neighborhood without an ordinance.
Motion to close.
Second.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor of closing the public hearing? Raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 40, rezoning petition 2022-050 by Ascent Real Estate Capital LLC, approximately 2.94 acres located on the northeast intersection of Long Avenue and Connection Point Boulevard, west of East Independence Boulevard in Council District 5, Ms. Molina's district. The current zoning is MUD O, mixed-use development optional, and the proposed zoning is MUD CD, mixed-use development conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Are no speakers opposed, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is 2.94 acres on the northeast intersection of Long at Connection Point Boulevard and East Independence Boulevard. The site is currently zoned MUD O, mixed-use development optional. It was part of a larger rezoning for this area, and then the proposed zoning is MUD, mixed-use development conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends community activity center for the site. Proposes up to 270 multifamily units or 80 single-family attached dwelling units with a maximum height of 65 feet for the multifamily and 52 feet if it's single-family attached. Constructs a proposed private street connecting with the public access easement from Connection Point to Zephyr Wind Way along the northern edge of the site, so that'd be on the kind of the northwest east side of the site plan. Constructs an 8-foot planting strip and a 6-foot sidewalk along that proposed private street. Provides vehicular access via driveway connections on Connection Point Boulevard and the new private street. Installs pedestrian curb ramps along the site's frontage. 5 minimum guest parking spaces on site and on-street spaces along the private street connection, and then commits to design standards related to exterior building materials for the single-family and multifamily architectural development. Staff recommends approval of the petition. It is consistent with the 2040 policy map recommendation for a community activity center, and I will take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown on behalf of the petitioner. In the Murrah area where a lot of exciting things are happening, the current zoning, just to kind of put it in a nutshell, this came through maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and it was for really all commercial. And so where I have the star is the parcel that we're talking about now. It envisioned that being a little bit of maybe a big box retailer with a parking field. The market has, this is what it looked like. So this would be the piece over there on the top right-hand corner. Demand is now such that the development team would like to bring some residential instead, really support some of that retail out there. And so this zoning gives 2 options. As John mentioned, there is an option for multifamily at 270 units or townhomes at 80 units. We've had very positive reaction from the community about urbanizing and densifying that a little more. There actually are some very nice walkable amenities, and there's no drive-through on this site.
All right. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Lena?
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem. First of all, wow, it took y'all all night to come to District 5. I'm like, so I know that I've already kind of spoken to you about this. So we're good on residential, and we've already spoken to the Murrah community.
We engaged with them, gosh, it's probably been a year before we filed, just to let them know it was coming. They were very positive about the apartments. I think maybe equally when we add the option to do townhomes.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the council? I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Any conversation around that? Hearing none. All in favor? Hand. Thank you all. Unanimous. We'll move on. Item number 41, rezoning petition 2022-052 by Carolina's Property LLC.
I don't have a full.
Approximately 1.9 acres located on the north side of Tuckasegee Road, west of Toddville Road, and north of Interstate 85 in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. Current zoning is R3, single-family residential airport noise overlay with Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area conditional. A lot going on around here. The proposed zoning is R17 MF, multifamily residential airport noise overlay, a Lower Lake Wiley Protected Area conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design and environment and technical revisions related to transportation and site and building design. There is no opposition to this rezoning, so after staff's presentation, the petitioner will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2022-052, it's just under 2 acres on Tuckasegee Road, just west of Toddville and north of I-85. Currently zoned R3. Proposed zoning is for R17 MF conditional. There's an airport overlay as well as a lower Lake Wylie protected area overlay on the property. The property is recommended for neighborhood 1 for the site. You can see some neighborhood 2 down there on the bottom right-hand corner of the slide, just across from Toddville Road. The proposal itself is for up to 29 single-family attached residential units, no more than 4 units per building, max height of 40 feet. Units along Tuckasegee Road will front the road. Parking would be internal to the site. They would provide one half guest parking space per unit. Vehicular access would be from a single driveway off Tuckasegee. Constructs an 8-foot planting strip, an 8-foot sidewalk, as well as an 8-foot buffered bike lane along Tuckasegee frontage. Provides a CATS bus waiting pad as well. That would all be coordinated with CATS during permitting. Provides the ordinance required 18-foot wide Class C buffer with a fence along the western, northern, and eastern property lines, all those adjacent to single-family uses and zoning. Also commits to architectural standards related to four-sided architecture, exterior building materials that would be allowed, max building length, max expanses of blank walls, porches or stoops facing the public street, et cetera. So those are all included as a condition within this petition. Staff does recommend approval. We do have some outstanding issues related to transportation, related to site and building design, environment, and then technical revisions related to transportation and site and building design to be resolved. But again, staff does recommend approval upon resolution of those, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I don't have any speakers signed up.
I'm only here to answer questions if you and the council have.
Thank you. Well, I think we'll be in touch with
Have you
you.
been here the whole time? Where have you been? I didn't
We
see
say
you.
hello?
Well, he didn't sign up for.
Can we acknowledge him, please?
Unfortunately, we have very specific rules.
We can.
I'll ask a question.
Can I ask a question?
I'll ask the questions around here.
I have a question.
Recognize Mr. Barnes, but how are you doing? It seems like he knew what he was doing, right? So.
I'd just like to say hello to my District 4
Does
president.
anybody in the room not know
actually
Michael Barnes, former mayor pro tem?
Honorable Michael Barnes, our mayor pro tem.
I say we make this Michael Barnes Day.
Hold it close to him.
Do we have any comments or questions for staff?
We're here too.
We have a motion to close the public
Move to
hearing.
close.
Second, I believe she already made a motion.
Yeah, I was waiting for the second.
Oh, I seconded her.
Oh, seconded.
Any conversation? All in favor, close the public hearing, raise your hand.
Wave to Michael.
See you later. I'll move on to item 42.
That's one of your children's minion costumes.
Rezoning petition 2022-055 by Elmington Capital Group, approximately 13 acres, located in the southeastern quadrant of the intersection of Allegheny Street and Ashley Road in Council District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is BDCD, institutional on R17, business distributive, it's conditional institutional, and multifamily residential. The proposed zoning is R22MF CD, multifamily residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. There's no speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2022-055 is mentioned 13 acres off Allegheny Street. Also has frontage on Ashley Road and Granger Avenue. The current zoning is BD conditional as well as institutional as well as R17 multifamily. The proposed zoning is to take the 3 of those and combine them into just an R22 MF conditional district. The adopted place type from the policy map does recommend commercial for the site. You can see that stretches a little bit along Allegheny. We also have Neighborhood 2, Parks and Preserve. We do have some campus due to the school being there, and then some manufacturing logistics, as well as Neighborhood 1 in that general area. So a good mix of adopted place types, mainly due to the mix of zoning and different uses that are in the area. This would be more akin to a Neighborhood 2, so it would be consistent with that Neighborhood 2 place type that's just adjacent. The proposal is for up to 220 multifamily residential units and then 5 single-family attached residential units. Those single-family attached are currently shown down in that southern portion, that bottom part of the project. It does limit building height to 65 feet for multifamily and then 50 feet for the single-family attached townhomes. Architectural standards, including pitched roofs, usable porches, and stoops and blank wall expanses, are incorporated into the proposal. Also, a minimum of 10,000 square feet of outdoor amenity areas has been included. Agrees also to provide a minimum of 4 of the following amenities: a community room, computer business center, exercise room, picnic area, outdoor seating areas, and playground or tot lot. Does confirm preservation of the trail connection. You can see there's an easement there that runs just on that right-hand portion of the property. Does confirm preservation of that between Ashley Road and Camp Green Park. Also proposes to extend and construct Granger Avenue and Liggett Street to public street standards. Commits to construction of an 8-foot buffered bike lane, 8-foot planting strip, and 8-foot sidewalk along the site's Allegheny Street frontage. Does limit freestanding light fixtures to 21 feet in height, fully capped, shielded, and downwardly directed. And also commits to providing a 50-foot Class C buffer, which could be reduced to 37.5 feet with fencing along that eastern property boundary when adjacent to lower density residential dwellings. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. We talked about the inconsistency with the policy map, but do feel that the proposal of this, that would be more of a Neighborhood 2 outcome, is generally consistent with what is going on in that area, particularly just adjacent. We also just had some recent approvals for some single-family attached in close proximity to this project as well. So that's on the other side of Ashley Road. So just continuing some of that diversity in housing in this area. Again, staff recommends approval upon resolution of those issues, and we'll take any questions following Mr. Brown's presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
You might as well just stay there.
We're almost
Just
done.
don't leave.
Almost done. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown. Again, a great overview by Dave. As y'all know, our team's worked on a few in this location, 3 miles from Uptown, 5 miles to the airport. I think folks in the area are excited to see some new development and investment coming in the area. I will switch to our pretty picture plan, and I will mention that Joe Horowitz from Elmington is in town from Nashville tonight. If you have specific questions, this is a look at the layout of the site plan. I think importantly, this does build out some of the street network that we're looking for in the area, kind of completes a piece of the puzzle that has been out of place. Happy to take questions.
Ms. Wallington?
I'm sure glad you showed this because I was wondering where the trees were going. My question is for staff. Do we have any view of, as we look at these rezonings each month, how many trees we're losing?
I don't think we have a clear calculation on how many. I'm not sure if I would even venture a guess, because a lot of that will then come into permitting and determination on final construction plans and everything else. So it's hard to gauge even at this stage of the process, just because these plans could change, some buildings could shift, the project could get smaller. So at this point, it's hard to gauge, how many we may gain or lose as a result of a project until we actually get through that final part of permitting.
Well, we can reasonably estimate acreage, even if not down to the individual tree. We certainly could take a look at these site plans.
You could look at what the total acreage of the site is, how much of that's tree covered, and then what's going to be left, even at the base minimum of the ordinance. So, I don't know if that's something that, as a staff, we have the capacity or resources to do, just through our urban forestry team being fairly limited in size. So, if we needed to do it on a specific case-by-case kind of basis, we may be able to, but I'd have to defer to Tim Porter and Urban Forestry to see if they even have the resources to take something like that on.
I think it's important that as we talk about our goals in the 2040 plan, that if that's what's needed, more resources to be able to determine this, then we prioritize those resources as appropriate in the budget, because we talk about achieving our sustainability goals. And I think even as we talk about cumulative traffic issues in school population, everything else, our sustainability goals are no different. So really we need to make sure that we understand what the impact all of our development is having on our environment. So I would ask Assistant City Manager that we include that in a follow-up request. What would it take to be able to give us some read on tree acreage loss with these developments?
Ms. Anderson.
Ms. Anderson.
Just to follow up on that, that was a great point. You know, we have some community partners like Tree Charlotte that does assessment of our canopy on an annual basis. And also, they also do a planting campaign to try and offset development. So it may be, this might be an opportunity for us to leverage some of our community partners that are already in this business, so we don't have to reinvent the wheel.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? Ms. Johnson?
I'll just reiterate, I think, you know, we've said we have all these priorities, the environment and infrastructure, and then once a month, I feel like we have to kind of ignore our priorities and focus on the growth of the city. There's a way to balance that, and I think those kind of tools, giving those to us so we can see them as visual aids, like this table. This is the traffic, these are the approved zonings in this area, so it really helps us to monitor the growth and the impact and also balance our priorities. So I think we should ask for that as a council, that information to be included in our zoning books.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that question was just asked. We're going to get a staff follow-up on that.
Yeah.
All right. Any other comments or questions?
Not just the trees, the traffic, I mean, yeah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you.
Motion to close.
Second.
Any conversation on that motion?
No.
Hearing none?
No.
Hands up if you're in approval. Unanimous to close that public hearing, and we are on our last hearing, item number 43, rezoning petition 2022-074 by Crossland SE, approximately 2.4 acres located on the west side of Allegheny Street, south of Denver Avenue, and north of Wilkinson Boulevard in Council District 3, Ms. Watlington's district. The current zoning is I-1 light industrial airport noise overlay, and the proposed zoning is R22 MF multifamily residential with an airport noise overlay. Staff recommends approval of this petition. There are no speakers in opposition, so after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 3 minutes. You can take it away.
All right, thank you. Our final petition of the evening is 2022-074. It's 2.4 acres on Allegheny Street, just south of Denver Ave, north of Wilkinson Boulevard. The current zoning is I-1. The proposed zoning is a conventional R22 MF. Both have the airport noise overlay on them. The R22 is just to the north of the site as well, which comprises part of this overall rezoning area. The 2040 policy map does recommend community activity center for the site. You can see that in blue. Manufacturing, logistics, and neighborhood 1 are also recommended in the general area. This is a conventional petition, so no outstanding issues or site conditions or site plan to go over. Staff does recommend approval. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for a community activity center. We'll be happy to take any questions you may have following Mr. Brown's presentation.
Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members Colin Brown one last time. This site, again, Councilmember Watlington's district, this is a conventional zoning, so we do not have a site-specific rezoning plan. So there are not zoning commitments. However, and I'd be happy to talk with you all offline and happy to meet with the Westerly Hills neighborhood as well, because I think what Crossland is proposing you would be very pleased to have. The reason there's not a conditional rezoning is because they're very expensive. My team is working pro bono on this. So that is the reason. But taking this, I think, from industrial to residential is not offensive. I think you all will be pleased with what the Crossland team has put together, and I'm happy to coordinate with Councilmember Watlington to meet with the neighbors and bring the Crossland team to explain what they're planning.
Any questions or comments from the council members?
Move to close.
Second. All in favor? That public hearing is closed. Motion to adjourn.
Yeah.
Second. All in favor? Good job, y'all. Out at 9 o'clock.